You're watching MMA Weekly's live coverage of the UFC 276 ceremonial weigh-ins powered by MMA Bet Club. Keep it right here all week long on
calling to say I
even win tonight. I think you said a complete performance. Is there any fight you're looking at next that you think would be that next step?
The fight to ensure that my child is safe and happy and my wife is okay. We are due in August to have a little boy, or in October to have a little boy, and that is the main thing for me right now. Mentally, I'm so happy with where my progression has got to in such a short time that I want to kind of slow things down training wise and get better, and then give my wife and my family the time they need for this pregnancy. And then whenever the opportunity arises, whenever I see, right, this big card, you know, I'm a Mr. Pay-Per-View, that's 3 pay-per-views in a row now, and I've showed up every single time. So I'll wait for the big fight, or I'll wait for that opportunity when Conor comes back so we can put on a show for the fight fans and give Ireland what it deserves. But I'm just gonna prepare myself for absolutely everything, and I'm just excited to become a dad, mate.
Yeah, that's awesome. Gotta mention the red blazer. Why'd you choose that for tonight? It looks great, man.
Because my beautiful wife chose red, and I want to match her because we're a power couple. And also, it looks fucking dope. Tell me I don't look good.
That's why I brought it up, man.
Hey, look, I brought out a clothing range called Still Pretty. I'm 10-0, and I had 15 minutes of fighting. Look how pretty I am. It's hard, do you know what I mean? It's hard being this pretty.
And just last thing.
I get so annoyed at myself sometimes.
No worries,
I know
gonna make a sharp turn here. Gonna make a sharp turn. Drakus, the fight before you, him getting that win over Brad Tavares, did you see that? And if so, did that kind of add a bit more to your fight?
Yeah, I did. I was watching it. I was sat down. They didn't. And normally the UFC call you before kind of the fight's finished. And I watched all of it, and I was like, it was an absolutely brilliant fight, and I loved every moment of it. Watching it, every part that I seen, it was just, it's a fight for the fans, and that's what we always want.
Ian, right here in the front.
What's up, sir? You look great as well.
I do my best.
Right? Yeah, you should.
Molly McCann refers to me as George Michael sometimes. So, I'll take it.
No comment.
Anyway, we're talking a lot about your future and wanting to like be undefeated for so long, but we just had a fighter, Donald Cerrone. He just retired. Jim Miller's got 24 wins. Robbie Lawler's fighting right now. These guys are all in the UFC probably when you were in elementary school. So what was it like being around these types of veterans all week?
Man, firstly, Robbie's my guy. Me and him put some work in for this camp, and it was absolutely amazing to be able to stand there in front of a former UFC champion, and I'm hitting him, and he's like, "Yep, that was good." Like that would have been like, he literally sits there in the middle of the round going, "Yep, nice." And even to have him this week speak about me so highly, it's like, it goes back to the questions I was answering earlier on. It's hard not to have confidence when you see people like Gilbert Burns and all of these guys saying how good I am. It instills me with so much more confidence that the best in the world see it. I had an amazing conversation with Cowboy and Jim the other day at the weigh-ins. Together combined, they have had 88 fights in the UFC, I think. That's never going to be beaten, ever. Because fighters nowadays, they're not as willing to fight as those two guys are, and it's an honor to be in the same room as those two guys. And people who've done so much for the sport, and to be able to share time with them out back and have a laugh with them and just embrace all their energy and everything they've done. And I just, like, as a young martial artist and someone who's been a fan of the sport, you can only sit there and thank them for what they've done, and it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Thank
Ian
you.
over here in the back.
What's up, sir? How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Living on a prayer. Do you know what I mean? Everything is good. I'm fucking happy.
Ian, we remember from the picture with Connor, you obviously used to work selling suits and all that. Is that where you got the idea, like, when you go out there, like, you know what, I see all these suits, I'm going to have this style, or where did it come from, to be quite bluntly, you always want to dress good when you're in front of us?
So, I'm a fighter, but I'm also an asset in and of itself. I am my own brand, and I want to look good for all you guys. I want you guys to, when you see me, I want you guys to think I look good. I want to put on a performance for you when I talk on the mic, just like I do when I'm in the cage. It's no different, and I think it shows class. It shows, like, I am ready no matter what, and I want you guys to enjoy everything.
All right, there we have Ian Gary at the Apex, not at the Apex, at T-Mobile Arena. It is UFC 276 live on MMA Weekly. Not the open we hoped for tonight. Robbie Lawler is hurting bad in the octagon right now. Barberena looks like he's got the win. What a war this fight. I mean, look at this, the face of Brian Barberena, Robbie Lawler, and him just trading blows. My name's Jim Grieshaber. Call me Grease. No Jeff Kane tonight. He's busy with all the writing and all the stuff on MMA Weekly, so make sure you check out the site as well. And we are powered tonight by MMA Bet Club. That's right, the UFC prediction site that simulates gambling outcomes without taking bets or placing them. MMA Bet Club, MMABetClub.com. Check them out. We'll see who the real expert is. Sign up for their site, and every single week you can follow and you can create your own clubs. You can follow what other people do and know what you're doing. You can be the smartest guy in the room. You can show it on the site, or you can take advantage of the site and follow the smartest people in the room to beat your bookie or whoever else you're betting with. As, man, Robbie Lawler just got rocked a million times, literally, by Barberena. So Brian Barberena is going to get the win over Robbie Lawler. Sugar Sean O'Malley with the eye poke against Pedro Munoz. And this is, I mean, another anticlimactic Sean O'Malley fight, right? I mean, I don't want to say that it's his fault. I don't want to say that, you know, whatever, it's an eye poke. Pedro Munoz couldn't continue. And, man, that's just a shame when you think about that, because everybody was looking forward to that fight. And, you know, it was a pretty good fight as it was going. Accidental eye poke by O'Malley. And, I mean, these things happen, right? And there's not a lot you can do about it at the time. So you got Ian Gary up on the podium, and this is UFC 276, Robbie Lawler and Brian Barberena. Barberena is about to get his hand raised. Let's take a look as we have some big fights coming up. We got Strickland and Alex Pereira coming up next. Sean Strickland, Alexander Volkanovski, and Max Holloway. Israel Adesanya and Jared Cannonier, the killer gorilla in the main event. Does he have what it takes to beat Israel Adesanya and take the strap? And Joe Rogan has a white shirt and a tie on tonight. I don't think I've ever seen Joe Rogan wear a shirt and a tie. Has anybody else? Usually he's got the black shirt on, maybe a jacket over it, depending upon the event. But it is International Fight Week, man, and it is a really big one. It is a really big one this week, obviously, with Adesanya in the main event against Cannonier, and then the co-main event with Alex Volkanovski and Max Holloway, the trilogy. Blessed Express looking to get back on track. I mean, what a great fight against Yair Rodriguez. Calvin Kattar before that. Max Holloway has earned his way back to the third shot against Alexander Volkanovski, who's beaten Brian Ortega and the Korean Zombie since then. But when you think about this fight, this is about Goat Mountain. Jose Aldo's up there. McGregor's not up there. He didn't defend the belt once. He might be up there for the way he beat Aldo spectacularly for one fight, but not on Goat Mountain, not in the featherweight division, right? And he did beat a lot of great featherweights, so it's hard to leave McGregor off of there, but he's a notch, definitely a couple notches below Aldo, because Aldo defended the belt so many times. And then you had Holloway just running through dudes, and then he tries to go up to 55 against Dustin Poirier to win an interim belt, gets hammered in that fight. He's taken a lot of abuse in his fights since then, a lot of shots taken by Max Holloway. And this is for his legacy. Which champion, Volkanovski or Holloway, is the best of his generation, is the best of his era, is the best of his time? And that's going to be answered with this trilogy. If Max is able to win and they fight the fourth one and it's 2-2, you almost got to go 5. I mean, I'd watch these guys fight 100 times. I don't know about you. So many times people say, hey, these two guys are fighting each other too many times or whatever, but I could never get sick of these guys. And look at Kamaru Usman looking like the champ with the green silk sleeveless shirt on. Man, you just got one of the stars of Top Gun Maverick. And by the way, that was a great movie, Top Gun Maverick. It is a great movie. And there's some shots of the inside of the arena. Look at that, man. That is unbelievable. Joe Burrow's in the house for UFC 276. I'm definitely going out in Vegas tonight. I wasn't going to, and I'm going to now. There's no doubt. That's something that I'm definitely going to do tonight. And when I think about it, I'll be doing that a lot when I'm in Vegas. But Barberena leaves the cage victorious, and he won some people some money. If you bet 100 on him, you won 350, as he was plus 350 to win by knockout. Jalen Turner with a submission, 45 seconds, round number 1. I said it on ESPN radio across the country today. He's a star in the making. Watch out for Jalen Turner. And he goes out in 45 seconds on ABC on network TV and just destroys Brad Riddell. Jim Miller beats Cowboy Cerrone by guillotine choke submission in the second round. Then Donald Cowboy Cerrone retires. What a night it's been. What a week it's been. Ian Gary with the unanimous decision win. Duplessis with the unanimous decision over Brad Tavares. Andre Muniz beats Uriah Hall. Macy Barber beats Jessica Ai, and Jessica Ai retires. So Jessica Ai and Donald Cerrone retire on the same night. And to open the card, Jessica Rose Clark lost by armbar to Julija Stoliarenko. And what a week it's been for us. I know you saw the Jan Błachowicz interview that I did earlier today up on the MMA Weekly YouTube. We got Chris Weidman. That's right, we got Chris Weidman. And CJ, by the way, his kids stopped by. And we got Joanna Jacek, the recently retired legendary champion, an interview with her coming your way. We've got an interview with Mark Ratner talking about his life in the UFC, and before that as the head of the Nevada Boxing Commission, which became the MMA and Boxing Commission as well. I always say MMA first. I'm an MMA guy. And then who else did we get yesterday? Chuck Liddell. What an unbelievable day it was. Dominic Reyes. Good week for us here with MMA Weekly. Keep the momentum going strong week in and week out, and we got a lot of things coming your way here soon. But you're looking at that's the weigh-ins for Volkanovski and Holloway 3 and Adesanya and Cannonier. We've got Sean Strickland and Brian Barberena coming up next, guys. And I've been waiting for this fight Alex Pereira coming up next. I've been waiting for this fight for a long time. Pereira, the champion kickboxer, he's been on his back a lot in his UFC fights. He's been on his back a lot. Alex Pereira has.
The way you drew tonight up. So your initial thoughts on what happened out there, the way the fight ended, and everything going on in your mind right now.
Yeah, initially, like, when it happened, I'm like, okay, didn't feel like it was bad. I thought we were going to be fighting in 20 seconds. Like, I didn't think the fight was going to be stopped. I was dominating that fight. I checked every one of his leg kicks. I could feel his shins cracking. Every time he would throw a kick, I would check it, and I could tell it would hurt him. I didn't get hit one time. I was dominating that fight. I was piecing him up. I was finding my range. It sucks.
Two of the judges actually scored the first round for Pedro.
Judges don't know. Have those judges kick me, and I'll check their kick, and they'll be like, "Oh, okay, that hurt. That's a strike for me. That hurt Pedro. Every time he would kick me and I'd check it, that hurt him." For those judges to say that's a score for him, they're completely stupid. Literally just stupid.
A lot of people online, and I know a lot of fighters don't really pay attention to that, but a lot of people think that he was looking for a way out.
100%. That's what's going on in my mind. I'll have to rewatch it. I was piecing him up. I didn't get hit once. He came in there. He said, "I'm going to kick his legs and try to take him down." He tried kicking my legs, and it damaged him more. He couldn't get me up against the fence. He couldn't take me down. I was dominating that fight.
Do you want to just run it back with him, or do you feel like you've won the fight in some way and you're just ready to move on to the next thing?
It's a weird feeling because I do feel like I won the fight, but it's not like the emotions of winning a fight. I was winning the fight. I mean, I can't believe this judge's score. I literally didn't get hit. Were they watching? I didn't get hit. How could you score that? That makes zero sense.
And then last thing for me, just jumped on Twitter for a second, saw Henry Cejudo was backstage.
That little fat ass should stay retired. He's running around drunk in the backstage, got escorted out. He was tripping over things, running into things. Looks like he's on drugs. Looks fat. I don't know if he's having a midlife crisis or what.
Did he say that you were a tune-up fight for him or something to that effect?
He mumbled some words like that. is that realistic? Does Henry come back? He looks fat as shit. I don't think, I mean, what does he want to fight in 3 years? I don't know.
Sean, over here, I know obviously the contract's up at this point. Where do you go from here? Is that, you talked to the UFC this week. What's sort of I know it's fresh, the fight and everything, but where do you go from here?
That was my first fight on the new contract.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
So I'm hoping I get that double check because I just whooped his ass. I mean, I guess I didn't whoop his ass, but I was beating him and I was finding my range. I was staying patient. I don't know. I'm hoping I get that second check.
It didn't look like you took any damage. Are you looking to get back in there soon? Do you want time off? Again, I know this is fresh, but what's going through your head right now?
Zook, after party, some happy dads. That's what's going through my head right now. I'm not thinking about another fight camp right now.
Gotcha. And just last one, is a rematch? Is that the way to go? Is it a new opponent? Just right now, what are you thinking?
In the cage, he said, "Oh, we could run it back." Someone do a poll on Twitter and see if he's looking for a way out. I really believe like that was best case scenario for Pedro. I was piecing him up. I was way faster than him. He couldn't hit me, couldn't hurt me. I don't know.
Sean, right here. When after the fight, you kind of walked over and embraced him. Looked like you were talking for a bit. What were you guys saying to each other?
I was just saying, I respect him. Obviously, everyone I fight, I respect. I was just saying, I don't know how bad the eye poke was. I can't imagine it being not too bad and him not fighting. So I was just saying, I'm sorry. Like, obviously, I didn't mean to do that. We got to figure out something with those gloves because, like, when you're wearing those gloves, they almost make your hand like want to open. You have to like really try to make a fist. So if we just have gloves that kind of force your hand to make a fist, I think that would help a lot. I was just saying, I respect you. Sorry. That's about it. Thanks, guys.
Sean O'Malley at the podium on MMA Weekly. Jim Grieshaber here. Call me Grease. Cage side Grease right here. All over the world, man. This is a big one. 276 is at Coco Main time, and we got Sean Strickland coming up. What's up, Chris Costello? See him up on the podium. By the way, the UFC media relations team did a great job this week, and the UFC in general. The fan expo with the fans back was unbelievable. It was awesome. I mean, the fighters were loving it. People were out there making money, and it was what it should be. The store was open. Fans were buying things. People were just having a great time experiencing all the activities that you can do there, and I really enjoyed it. I had an awesome time out there working and being around the fans and being around the fighters. And these fighters have been coming to the podium pretty quick, but we got Strickland and Pereira coming up. And, I mean, the flying knee against Michelitis and then Thomas Powell before that in LFA, that knockout, if you saw Alex Pereira's with that punch, I mean, he just knocks everybody out. And we've got somebody else coming up to the podium now. Let's see, we've got Pedro Munoz, who suffered that eye poke from Sean O'Malley. Here he is on MMA Weekly.
As he could be. He is with a...
I sent the story. Still has
Jim, congratulations on another finish. At this point in your career, we can't stop you. We can only hope to contain you. What has it been like on this run and to do it again tonight?
It feels great, in the 40 UFC fights and training camps, there have been a lot of ups and downs, and each one of those times I fought a badass individual, and sometimes camps weren't easy, and sometimes they were, and to get to this point and kind of to overcome some of the things that I've had to overcome, I'm super proud of what I've been able to do. I'm just a 5'8", a hillbilly from the woods of New Jersey, and I'm outlasting everybody and still finishing dangerous fighters inside the octagon. I'm excited. It was a great opportunity to share the octagon with Cowboy. I feel like we're both cut from the same cloth. That anytime, anywhere, any place mentality that feels like it might be going away in some instances in the younger generation, but yeah, like it was cool to share the octagon with him. The numbers involved in this fight will never happen again. It was an awesome night, and to be able to share it with my kids and my wife and my parents were able to be here, which it's been 2.5 years since any of them have been to a fight.
I was just going to ask, is this the best way breaking the record could have gone down? I mean, maybe winning the belts by breaking the record might be a little bit better, but just the opponent, the arena, the fight week, you mentioned your family. Is this the best way this could have happened for you?
Absolutely. It's bittersweet, like I'm a fan of Cowboy. I really like the guy. He not only his fighting style, but he gives me the impression that he's a great father, and I love that. So it's bittersweet seeing him go, and being the guy that beats him, but on the same stroke, taking the lead from the guy who I am tied with. It's not like he already retired and then I just through attrition got there, but taking it from him, it means a lot, and it was a heck of a night.
What means more to you? Because now you're like multiple trivia questions because you broke the record and you did it against Donald Cerrone, a guy you have so much respect for. So what means more to you, breaking the record or being Donald Cerrone's final opponent?
The biggest thing is winning, going out and performing and doing it in the way that I like to do it. Like I said in the lead up, there's not a single picture of me excited to win a decision in the UFC. It doesn't exist. So I was able to go out, have a tough fight, get a little banged up, bang him up a little bit, and found my opportunity to put him away and do that. And unfortunately, the damage was there, but that's kind of a quintessential Jim Miller fight. But I'd say the win, over Donald and sharing the octagon with him was the big thing. A lot of the other numbers and stuff like that is I don't really care. I'm still going.
Hey Jim, and this fight was at 170.
Yep.
You told us you didn't have to cut any weight. How did you feel in there fighting at welterweight?
I felt fantastic, which is dangerous because I've got my cuts dialed down pretty good. They're never easy, but I know that I can lose the weight. There was a period of time where I was, I would walk in the upper 180s, and there was no way that I was like making that cut in like 2 weeks. But I would diet down and I'd get it done, and they were difficult, but whatever. And this one, like eating dinner with my team and family on Thursday night before weigh-ins, was like, this is really weird. Like I should be suffering in a bathtub or in the sauna, scraping the sweat off of my body. I shouldn't. I shouldn't be doing that. I'd like to see a fix because honestly, I felt great out there, and it might be hard to make that cut again. It was awesome.
So just to clarify, are you leaving the door open maybe to have another fight at 170?
I definitely am. If the right opportunity at 170, arose, I'd be gung-ho to do it.
And just, because this was at 170, let's say you go down to 55, like what does a win here do because it wasn't at 155? It stifles that, adding up the numbers at lightweight, which, like I said, I don't really care about all that much because I'm fighting, at this point, I'm looking at the next one. I'm looking to relax with my family, go on vacation, veg out a little bit, and then get back into the gym and train for the next one, before the end of the year. It's We're all fans at the end of the day, just like, you're a fan as well, too. What was your favorite Donald Cowboy Cerrone fight, excluding tonight, obviously, because you beat him?
I think that his knockout against Rick Story was probably one of the most beautiful combinations that we've ever seen inside the octagon. That was the type of thing that, like, as a fighter, it's like, whew, that gives me chills.
Hey Jim,
Yep.
just one back here. talked about it, 40 walks, breaking the record and all that, and you jump up on the cage and you celebrate it. 40 times out there, some went your way, some didn't. Does getting up there after a win still feel as good as the first time?
100%. Absolutely. You know, I love the fight. I do. The feeling that I get when I'm walking to the octagon, honestly, the feeling of suffering through camp, like it hurts some days. It's difficult. You know, I'll have to tell my kids, like, hey, Daddy doesn't really feel like wrestling today because I'm banged up. You know, and I was a little banged up coming through camp on this one. And I had to kind of tell him to ease up on me a little bit. But yeah, making the walk to the octagon and squaring up with somebody, it's a different feeling, you know. I haven't found anything that is, you know, the same. There are a couple things that I found that are slightly similar, you know, in the urgency, but I enjoy it. I still enjoy it today. You know, and I'm going to enjoy the next one, and I make no guarantees after that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jim, in the back here, just after all of the fights that you've had, like, what more do you feel on your own personal level that you still have out there to accomplish? What is something that you set for yourself that you still want to do?
I'd still like to fight for the title. You know, I was knocking on the door. You know, this sport is all about timing, and there were a few of us that were right there. There was, you know, a bunch of rematches and some canceled fights that slowed things down, and you know, a few of us missed out on our opportunity. But I'm still here. I'm a 38-year-old, soon to be 39-year-old lightweight, which is old for this division. I've got more fights, more wins than anybody. I'm the only American with 10 or more submissions in the UFC. There's a whole bunch of numbers, and I will be ready. I will always be ready. And if somebody backs out, I am always there, and I'm going to continue to keep training my ass off and fighting as hard as I can, even if it's reckless sometimes. And hopefully, you know, the stars align one day, and I get my opportunity, and I can guarantee you that I'm going to go in there and I'm going to fight my heart out like I have done in the 40 previous walks.
Thank you.
Jim, congrats on the win. Just one for me.
Yep.
All the accolades, all the awards, all the recognition, the time in the cage. Do you still find something new and you're like, I didn't know I could do that as a veteran in the UFC?
Totally. You know, I was just telling somebody in one of the other interviews before, like there's a lot that I'm capable of that you haven't seen, and it sucks. It's frustrating sometimes. It's like I've had 52 professional fights, and the Kimura was always my gym move. Like the best guys that I would train with, the world champs and the world-class guys, the ones that were lighter than me and the ones that were heavyweights, I would Kimura them. And I haven't hit one in a fight yet. So, you know, it's kind of my unicorn. I'm still looking to catch it. And there's plenty.
Jim, you are live. All right, I think Scott said I am live. He's at T-Mobile Arena, and I'm in studio tonight. Wow, Sean Strickland. We missed it because Jim Miller's press conference went super, super long. But my goodness, man, wow. Sean Strickland got mopped by Alex Pereira. I mean, I'm scratching my head. I mean, I was scratching my head. But when I think about this, guys, Sean Strickland came into this fight undefeated at middleweight, 25-3. Pereira's 3-0 coming in, but another spectacular finish for him. Remember, he knocked out Adesanya in kickboxing, and Izzy can say it's different all he wants, and he can't wait to fight him, but Pereira is going to be in his head, I think, a little bit, and Alex Pereira just literally caught Sean Strickland with a big-time left from distance. Remember, he's got that big-time difference in reach in this fight, an advantage in reach, and so he goes out there and he's able to just hit that left hand, just a looping left hand, like a hook. And man, Strickland was at distance. He probably thought he was safe out there. And one thing I've learned from training, and I've trained a lot over the last couple of years, and I'm not any good, but I've learned enough to help me with this job a lot. And the fighters respect it and so forth. But, you know, the thing that I learned more than anything is timing and distance, right? When you're training. But when you're looking at the thing about distance, okay, there's 3 zones. Obviously, you come in close, you get back in zone 2. Usually in zone 2, a guy can't punch you. Strickland got a little bit closer. He was throwing this little knee coming in, like a little knee in the front, and just kind of leading into punches with it. He left his chin wide open when he was throwing a right hand. As he was about to throw the right hand, Pereira came through with that left and just devastating knockout. And we said Sean Strickland needed to grapple to win this fight. He didn't attempt to take down. Pereira's huge. He had a big height advantage. He's the tallest middleweight on the UFC roster. He's got Glover Teixeira in his corner, Chuck Liddell helping him out there in Connecticut. And, man, that's a pretty good team, right? Glover and Chuck, and a lot of wisdom and a lot of knowledge to be passed along from those guys. And Pereira looks like a legit title contender already. I don't know about his grappling because we haven't seen a lot of it. You know, I mean, obviously he's been on his back a lot in these fights, and my parlay just bit the dust here tonight with Sean Strickland. But Alex Pereira, what an impressive win for him, guys. I mean, you think about, look at him right there. What a specimen he is. Like I said, the tallest middleweight on the roster. He'll be taller than Izzy when they fight. And I say when they fight because it's a foregone conclusion coming now. Let's say Izzy can get by Cannonier tonight, right? You got Israel Adesanya and Jared Cannonier. Do you go with another Whitaker rematch? Do you go with another Vettori rematch? The guy behind Vettori in the rankings was, guess who? Sean Strickland, who just got first round KO'd by Alex Pereira. So when you look at that and you think about Pereira and you think about where he's going to jump to, I mean, he's going to have a number next to his name, of course, but I mean, he's going to go way up above probably Darren Till at number 8, Hermanson, Paulo Costa, and maybe even Derek Brunson at 5 and Strickland at 4. He may go from unranked to number 4 by virtue of that knockout. This is a devastating knockout. Beautiful technical kickboxing. If you don't get in this guy's face, if you don't clench him up, if you don't push him against the cage, if you don't take him down, you are going to get dropped. Maybe Izzy has a shot against him, but look, he's beaten Izzy twice. So I always say Izzy has a shot, but he's beaten him twice and he's knocked him out once. So I look at this guy as a legit title threat. I would love to see these guys throw down in the near future, but I mean, you move him up to number 4 and you got obviously Cannonier would drop down. Maybe he'd even go up to number 3 if Cannonier gets beaten badly tonight by Izzy. I'm just throwing hypothetical scenarios. Look, this show, the Iceman, Chuck Liddell. Great catching up with him and interviewing him the other day, man, at the UFC X Fan Expo. That was so awesome. I mean, really, really cool. Dustin Poirier's in the house. I mean, the celebs are out in full force. Gaethje's in there with Poirier, and those two guys are both, you know, they get along good. Yuri's there, the light heavyweight champ. Glover, of course, is in the corner of Pereira. Jan Blachowicz is there. Kamaru's there. I mean, everybody's here. It's fight week, right? It's the Super Bowl of mixed martial arts, and what a performance by, man, sending a message and putting the rest of the middleweight division on notice, the unranked Alex Pereira. Why did Sean Strickland take this fight? I love him. He's a G. I'm sure he thought the experience would win it for him, but, man, a great, great kickboxer, and you can always go lights out. So I don't know what you guys think in the chat, but we're happy to have you with us here tonight. The numbers keep going up. Israel Adesanya did not fight yet, so that's coming your way. Meanwhile, I want to remind you to smash that like button, subscribe, hit that bell. Right here on MMA Weekly, we're bringing you the best content in the game every week and on the website as well, powered by BetMMA.com, MMABetClub.com. Sorry, guys, looking at 3 things here at once. My ADHD goes nuts. I got a monitor here. I got a cell phone here, and I just have to remind myself every once in a while to slow down. It's been that kind of week. I get fired up, and I look at Volkanovski and Holloway. In the first 2 fights, 294 significant strikes for Alex and 236 for Max. Head strikes 131 to 129. Volkanovski only by 2. Body strikes Holloway 59 to 21. Leg strikes Volk 142 to 48. Takedowns 3 out of 13 for Volk. None attempted by Max Holloway. And we are getting to that point. The co-main is coming up. It's gonna be where legends are made, right? This is where legends are made. Alexander Volkanovski always finds a way to win. Before that, it was Max Holloway. Who's the greatest featherweight of this era? So far, 2-0, says Alexander Volkanovski, and he's held the belt for a while now. And with those 2 wins against Max, and he's got, you know, the Ortega win and the Korean Zombie win. So, man, I'll tell you what, Alex Pereira, yeah, you're right, Legendary. Legendary in the chat said, damn, Alex really did Sean dirty. And he did. Strickland didn't really get a chance. I don't want to sit here and say, hey, you should have taken him down. It's easy for me to sit here as an armchair, literally in an armchair, analyst here tonight, and I take this very seriously. I work very hard at it, but there's no way I'm going to tell a fighter he should have taken him down, he should have thrown a left, he should have thrown a right. That'd be an insult not only to the fighter, to the sport, and to all of you watching, right? It's unbelievable. What a performance by Alex Pereira. Didn't really give. He kept him at distance, right? And Strickland was coming at him from the beginning, throwing that little knee, and obviously that's an attempt to check kicks because he thought he'd get kicked on the way in, and maybe just make him think a little bit more with punches thrown right behind it. And what was logically next in that progression, you throw the kicks, the little knees, you come in with the punch, and then you lead into a takedown or at least a clinch. And Strickland never got there, man. This guy, Alex Pereira, and what was the time on this one? Let me see. It was 2:36 of round number 1. Barely made it past the midway point of round number 1. In fact, we've had 2 fights end in round 2 tonight. Sean O'Malley with an accidental eye poke of Pedro Munoz. A no contest there. Munoz had won round 1, at least according to 2 of the 3 judges. And then Bryan Barberena and Robbie Lawler just throwing down from the opening horn, man. They were going at it in the octagon tonight. Robbie with some big uppercuts and some other shots. Barberena just nailing them, 2 lefties. And eventually Robbie Lawler gets knocked out, and a TKO, but I would like to see Robbie Lawler become the next guy to retire tonight. I mean, you already had Jessica Eye. I thought I saw that earlier, and I'm not 100% sure on that, Scott, because I was traveling over here, but I think I saw Jessica Eye retire when Macy Barber beat her tonight. And then Donald Cerrone, Cowboy, hangs up the gloves, leaves him in the octagon.
Jessica did retire.
And Jessica did retire. I was right on that one, so thank you, Scott, for confirming that. And then Robbie Lawler, I mean, what does he have to fight for? He looked good against Nick Diaz, who hadn't fought in forever. Is that what there is? And this is not me dissing Robbie. I love Robbie. I've known him for a long time. He was training at Power MMA years ago with Ryan Bader and Aaron Simpson, the guys I broke into the business doing a radio show with. So this is something that I'm passionate about, is fighters taking way too much punishment. I don't think it's years. I don't think it's age. I think it's punishment. LeBron James is playing so well right now in the NBA. After all these years and all these miles on his body, he's playing so well. Why? Because he's never had that major injury. He's been lucky. He's been in shape. He's taking care of himself, right? Same thing with fighters. And when you take too many punches over a period of time, and Robbie's been fighting forever. I mean, look, he's lost now 5 out of 6. And, the one win was Nick Diaz. And, Ben Askren beat him. And Dos Anjos beat him. And Colby beat him. And Magny beat him. And he beat Nick Diaz. And then Barberena, but his fights now are going back and forth, and he's taking a lot of punishment, and I just don't like to see that for anyone, and especially one of the guys I really like, and I mean anyone for that matter. He's 40 years old, and you got to start thinking about the rest of your life. Again, easy for me to say, not telling Robbie what to do. I'm just saying what I would like to see him do personally as a guy who knows him and likes him very much, and I don't want to see him get hurt. I don't want to see any issues for him. But, guys, we got Alexander Volkanovski coming up right now against Max Holloway. Want to see who you guys have, right? I mean, the odds and the betting lines, if you're following on MMA Bet Club, if you're checking that out, right? Thing about MMA Bet Club is it's unbelievable, right? You can create your own groups in there with your friends. You can look at other groups and other players. You can follow the people who are winning and bet accordingly, and you can use the information, like I said, to bet. No money's changing hands. It's an awesome, awesome site, just a place for you to go and either be smart and share it with people or learn from the people who are sharing it with you. And the odds on this fight have shrunk. Volkanovski's at -190. Holloway's at +167, which means obviously you got to bet 190 to win 100 on Volk, and you got to bet 100 to win 167 on Max. But you know what? I like the Blessed Express here. The only thing that gives me pause, Max doesn't really have that knockout power, hasn't shown it lately. His connectivity, his boxing. Look, at the last fight in the early rounds, what he did, his kicks are great. The last fight against Volkanovski, he was tremendous. Against Cater, against Yair Rodriguez, he finds a way to get it done. But Volkanovski has been literally the toughest guy in the world. He's a former 200-pound-plus rugby player. We've said that a million times here on the show. But he's also a winner. And he comes from a gym full of winners with Adesanya and Dan Hooker and Eugene Behrman, the coach, City Kickboxing. And, he's sort of mixed that up lately with his camps as well and done some different things. But that's good for him to do those things. And look at Alexander Volkanovski right there, that mean face. Would you want to run into him angry at a bar if he thought you did something to him, like maybe you spilled a beer on him or something? That's not the guy. He's a bar and brawler. And look at the size he's giving up to Brian Ortega there. T-City, and look at Max. Look at Max coming in, and, he gets hit with the right first, and then the left. And there you saw a takedown of Max Holloway, probably one of the things that won him that fight. But he gets in close and he throws punches. He's got some great elbows. He can take you down. He's strong. Is he the best wrestler? No. Is he the best grappler? No. Is he the best striker? No. Is he the best at anything? Probably not in any one discipline. But putting it all together and finding a way to win fights is what this is all about. And I literally mean finding a way. When you're on your back and Brian Ortega's got that rear naked choke locked in with the body triangle, exhausting himself and depleting all of his energy from his muscles, trying to finish you, anybody else would have gone out. Somehow Volkanovski, who said he could feel himself going out, never goes out. Not only that, he survives it, lives to the next round, and goes out and gets the finish himself. But what an unbelievable run for Alexander Volkanovski. He has not lost in the UFC. What's he at, 21 in a row now overall? And he's just been a stud, an absolute beast. And, you know, he wants to move up to lightweight after this fight if he gets the win over Max. And I don't blame him. There's nothing left there for him at featherweight, at least not right now. Let the other guys fight it out and determine some clear-cut top contenders and a clear-cut number one contender after this one if you're him. But, I mean, he's literally, you know, destroyed Chad Mendes. And that was the fight after Darren Elkins, the Chad Mendes fight. He just blitzed Mendes, and Mendes didn't know what hit him. And Mendes is a G. So that was something that when I saw that, I said, man, this guy Volk is pretty dang good, and you don't want to tangle with him too much. And, you know, you get a title fight, you know what you're going to get. You're getting the best in the world. As Max Holloway starts his walk to the octagon, I saw an angrier, a more chippy Max Holloway this week at all the UFC events. I saw him out there with a little bit, and even right now he's a little loose. He's been here a million times before, but he was a little ornery, a little angry. You could sense that Max Holloway knows a loss here destroys any chance he has to be known as not only the greatest featherweight champion, but the greatest featherweight champion of his own era, okay? So that's what Max Holloway's fighting for tonight, his legacy. So think about that. Your legacy is what you leave behind when you're done. What do you want your legacy to be? Max wants to be the greatest featherweight, and he's got to beat Volkanovski tonight and probably again to do it. Probably again. Look, there's got to be four. If Holloway wins tonight, a close fight, the fourth one's next. If Holloway wins an easy fight, which I don't see happening, then obviously, you know, you're going to have somebody else hopping in and facing Max. But this is interesting right here. I mean, you look at Volk's run, right? He's lost one fight in his entire career, and it was his fourth fight to Corey Nelson in Australian FC. That was in 2013, and look at him now. He's 24-1, and look at this run, right? So you think about the run that he's been on since he's come in. He's beat Darren Elkins, Chad Mendes, Jose Aldo, Max Holloway, Brian Ortega, and the Korean Zombie. That's almost all the top contenders at featherweight, cleaning it out with a win tonight as Max gets set cage side. They're rubbing the Vaseline on his face, checking his gloves right there. Herb's patting him down, and he is ready to entrer the octagon. Max Holloway, as you see, Alexander Volkanovski walking across the stage at the weigh-ins. I mean, look at him. He's jacked. Those guns, sun's out, guns out, right? He's in Vegas, but he's got the tat. He just looks mean. He just looks nasty. And he is mean. He is nasty. He's so tough. You have to literally almost kill him to beat him. He doesn't tap. You have to put him out. I mean, it's unbelievable to see what this guy is capable of in this octagon. And it's not just the skill. Max has the height advantage. You know, Max was getting really chippy with him at the weigh-in, and Max did really well early in that second fight. So if you're Holloway, you just go back to that. You go back to the jab. You go back to setting it up with the combos, and you start throwing those lightning quick combos like only Max can in this division. I mean, look, he can throw the ones and twos all night, but he can mix in the threes and fours with it just as easily, and he can throw them in any order, from any position, from any angle. He's always switching angles. He's very hard to hit, but he has taken a lot of shots in his career. And for Max Holloway, this is the defining fight, I believe, of his UFC career. This is the one that will define his legacy because, again, he loses and goes 0-3, forget it. But a big knockout win, I think, almost levels it off if you're still going to say, hey, it's 1-2 after 3. But a big knockout win would be stupendous for him right now because that would probably skip over Volk, and eventually you'd have to do a fourth one. And here comes Volkanovski in the black and gold with the champion's gold all over him, just mean and nasty and angry and ornery and ready for battle as he is every single time. And I love Alexander Volkanovski. It's been a slow process. He's had to grow on me, no pun intended, right? But this guy here is a champion's champion. And look, Henry Cejudo is another guy who's just like him. They find a way to win. Henry's done it on one leg with one arm. Volkanovski's not submitted to Ortega's choke. He's taken severe punishment from Holloway in the second fight. He was stunned, wouldn't go down. Max gets a bad rap, I think, because of people say he doesn't finish people, but you try to finish Calvin Kattar. Josh Emmett just tried too, and he beat him, but he didn't finish him, and he hit him a lot as well. And, Dustin Poirier couldn't finish Kattar either. So if you're going to judge Max for that, and you're going to judge him for Yair Rodriguez, who's one of the toughest dudes in the division and a great striker and a tough matchup for Max. But now you got Volkanovski looking to make a move up to lightweight, and Charles Oliveira's belt. Do Bronx waiting for him up there. I wonder if he would get that fight next, guys. What do you think in the chat? And what do you think about Volkanovski in this fight? Do you think Volkanovski is going to win? Do you think Holloway is going to win? Throw up your picks right now. Throw them up in the chat here on MMA Weekly. Who do you think is going to win and how? Let us know who you are, where you're from. Just kind of interact with us here, and we'll have some fun with you. So there you have it. Max Holloway's got about a 3-4 inch height advantage. Volkanovski's up the second longest win streak in the UFC at 11, the largest significant strike differential in UFC featherweight history. I think Kamaru's got the longest win streak right now. Kamaru Usman, the welterweight champion. But uncanny ability, late in fights, when he's hurt, when he's on his back, when he's in a choke, when things aren't going well. Alexander Volkanovski, and I'm going to say it, Alexander the Great. Henry was calling him Alexander the Average. I watched the Ortega fight with Henry Cejudo. He was calling him Alexander the Average. We did an interview right after. He's not Alexander the Average. He's Alexander the Great. Is he Alexander the all-time great? A clean sweep of a Holloway trilogy would do the job. And then he goes up to 55 and takes a shot at immortality. And that's what would happen here. And, I told you the odds. And right now, you look at Holloway was a minus 200 favorite in the first fight. And Volk was a minus 230 in the second fight, minus 190 in the second fight. So they're exactly right in between, in the middle. And look at Rogan there interviewing him. He's not a small guy, Volkanovski. He's fighting at 145, and he's not a super tall dude. But it's absolutely imperative for Max Holloway to win this fight. He's got to do anything he can to pick up the victory here. He's got to do anything he can to pick up the victory here. It's worth repeating because his legacy will be destroyed. It will be gone forever. There's no coming back. There's no other opportunity. He's only 30. He's got plenty of time. Volkanovski's 33. 5-inch height advantage for Max. A little bit of a reach advantage for Volkanovski, which is odd, right? You got a 5-inch height advantage and you're giving up 1.5 inches of reach. What a jacket Buffer's got on. I think those are dragonflies on it. But taking a look here at the events from the week with these guys and just seeing the way that they look at each other. Eric, Izzy hasn't fought yet. So a lot of sentiment for Max Holloway. A lot of people I've talked to this week, and even in the room here. Ian 17, let's go Max. Jim Morrison, Vol going to do Max like he did Korean Zombie. I don't know about that. I don't see him finishing Max. I actually picked Max in this fight. Alex by decision. Max. Volk by TKO. Killer Gorilla going to put Izzy out. You guys are getting active now in the chat. Let's keep them coming. I'll read your name. I'll say whatever you want me to say about you. And if you think you're an expert, you can prove it, by the way, at MMABetClub.com. Check them out, our sponsor for the show here tonight. As you see those guys standing next to each other, who has the better ink? I don't know. There's a lot of great ink there. There's MMA Bet Club. Join and make predictions on UFC 276. It's too late to enter the contest. Someone already has won that one, but MMABetClub.com is the website. You can see it. It's on the screen there twice. But that graphic is no good anymore because they gave away the $1,000 already. But that's been all week long leading up to the fight. Let's see. How do I read this? Idilorian. Izzy is winning tonight. King Kong got nothing on him. Killer Gorilla. Jared Cannonier. Jay Breeze 99 says, hoping Max brings it back. Let us know, please. I got you, Jay. Absolutely. Numbers going up in the chat. Let's keep them popping, guys. Max 4th round KO. I think Max is going to get the finish. I said on ESPN today, decision. But I actually think late he might be able to finish Volk. And if he can finish him in a spot where no one else has, if he can prove that he's human in those later rounds and be the guy to get that done, then Max Holloway, rightfully so, becomes the champ again. And one more fight with Volkanovski kind of evens things up. But Max would have the edge because he's fought better guys. He's won more fights against better guys. And Volkanovski's had an incredible run and a win streak too. So this is just everything you want it to be in a title fight. It's everything you want it to be in a third fight between two guys. Not many people would get this third fight. Very few people, if any, are Max Holloway. So, if this thing's going to start here in just a minute, they're coming to the center of the cage. The octagon is on fire. Everyone in the building screaming right now, and we are ready for Max Holloway to throw down with Alexander Volkanovski and try to get this featherweight belt back right now in Vegas. And this has been an awesome fight week. So many things going on, but these two fights are what everybody's here for. Nemo Hose says Volk. V-O-L-K. I like the nickname Volk too. I mean, Alexander the Great, but I like the nickname Volk. And we got to see what happens here to start the fight. Max Holloway came out very strong early. The last time these two got it on, he's got a big height advantage. Volk's got a little bit of a reach advantage, though. So, again, that's a little misleading. Max with high kick and ground and pound. GGB Chronicles has to say. Let us know what you're thinking as Holloway coming in, throwing some leg kicks at Volkanovski, and both of them throwing some leg kicks. Obviously, that's very important against guys who like to strike. These two know each other very well, being asked all week what they would change, how they would approach it, what's going to be different. It's cat and mouse. It's adjustment, counter adjustment, adjustment, counter adjustment. And they fought each other so many times. I mean, they've shared the octagon for a long time, these two guys, and they're just kind of feeling each other out here. Volk, please finish this tonight. Show us, bruh. Wish I could, Game Ranger. Not something I can do. These two guys just kind of feeling each other out here early, just under 4 minutes in round number 1. Alexander Volkanovski, the champion. Max Holloway, the challenger, former champion. Seems like so long ago now that Max had the belt. Volk just missed with a big left. Max ducked under it. So quick. And you've fought 10 rounds against the guy. You know him. You know what his strengths are. You know what his weaknesses are. There's only so many adjustments a fighter can make. So they've seen the attacks. They've seen the adjustments in the second fight. Not much these guys can do now to change it up with this fight. So, I mean, this is just who wants it more, who's the better fighter, who has bigger heart. They both have incredible heart. Volk missed with a jab coming in. Max's head movement is surreal, man. He's very tough to hit, especially early in a fight. Nobody's gone for a takedown yet. Max very rarely does or will. Big right lands by Volkanovski. Max with a jab. Volk is throwing heat tonight, guys. He's throwing hard in there. And he's throwing some kicks too. Volkanovski's definitely the harder hitter in there. I don't think anybody would argue that. Raylan Miller says, these two have granite chins. I see Max using a mixture of strikes with his wrestling to cause Volk to hesitate. Max probably not going to wrestle. Is Max looking confident? Yeah, he always looks confident. Jay Breeze 99. Yeah, he always looks confident. And, he's coming in on Volkanovski, and he's looking to land, and Volkanovski's countering, and he's throwing some serious heat on those counters, and Max is getting out of there just in time, because if he gets hit, he's going to be in big trouble. Thank you, GGB Chronicles. Appreciate you, too. Appreciate all of you for being here tonight on MMA Weekly. But Volk's boxing is getting so much better. He's a good boxer anyway, but it's just getting to be such a high level. Just all those times training with Izzy and Hooker and those guys. He says he hopes Volk tires out. I mean, it's something that he's done before. He landed a right, and Max landed a right in return. I don't see the striking numbers. Let me flip the phone here and just see. Yeah, 14 total strikes, all significant for Volk, to 9 now for Max Holloway. Volkanovski looks like he has the speed advantage, though, guys, and that's something Max Holloway doesn't usually face. This is something that, and Pedro Malu says Volk going to punch him with a tiger uppercut. Volk in the clench fires a right, and he looks really good. Volkanovski looks great early on in this fight. He looks like the quicker guy. He's throwing harder. He's landing more. Max Holloway trying to box him straight up, and this is his advantage in the last fight early. And remember, Volk got better as the fight went on. He always seems to get better as the fight goes on. Tiger uppercut. Gotta love that. Wow, Volkanovski with a nice body kick, the left into the right side of the oblique of Max Holloway. Max having trouble landing. A minute left in round 1. Max not really landing much. At least nothing that would hurt him. Volkanovski's probably not even going to be tired, not much, or definitely won't be hurt in between rounds after this one. Not sure yet if Barberena is going to come to the podium after beating Robbie Lawler, and Alex Pereira knocks out Sean Strickland. What a night. O'Malley and Munoz with a no contest because of an accidental eye poke. And here we have Volkanovski and Holloway in the middle of the octagon. And Max finally getting something going, throws a big right hand. Volk turns his head a little bit, but it did connect. Grazed him, and then he just landed a big right, did Volkanovski. Max has a great chin. You guys know this. So does Volk. They're almost at 10 seconds of round number 1. Nice job by Max coming in. Little shovel, half uppercut, half hook there with the left hand. Holloway maybe not as quick tonight as I've seen him. I don't know. It's hard to say. Spinning elbow from Max at the end of round 1. And that's a tough puzzle to solve. Max has a lump underneath his sideburn on the right side of his face. Come on, Hawaiian. She-who, Big John Studd says. Reminds me of Method Man. They call me Big John Studd. Or Big John Studd, the wrestler, WWF, back in the day when they were claiming he set the world record before he wrestled Andre the Giant. He bench pressed 750 pounds or 800 or whatever it was. Maybe some leg kicks from Max would be helpful. Mix it up. Yeah, GGB, he's been throwing some leg kicks a little bit here and there. But Volkanovski's loading up, waiting for Max to come in. Max's aggressive style might not work as well in his fight because Volk's waiting for him in there. And waiting for him with some heat in the form of counterpunches. So I think that Corey Michael says, bye-bye, Max. I'm not feeling good about my Holloway pick right now, guys. I got to be honest. I love Max, and I love him as a fighter and as a person. I thought he would be the quicker guy tonight. I thought he would come out here and make Volkanovski earn it and tire him out in every way possible. But Max looks like he's the slower fighter. Looking at the numbers from round number 1, 29-20 total strikes, 29-19 significant strikes for Volkanovski. No takedown attempts, 5 body shots for Volk, 2 for Max. Yeah, and I mean, the head strikes just in Volk's favor. But again, when Max comes in and he throws combos to get inside, Volkanovski's countering with some serious heat, whether it be a left or a right or a combo. I mean, they're not just punches thrown to keep him off of him. They're punches thrown to hurt him and damage him. If Max had wrestling, it would be night and day, Mega Tuna Melt says, but he doesn't. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, if my aunt had a you-know-what, she'd be my uncle, right? We talk about that. But Boya says 1-0, champ. Yeah, Volkanovski's up 1 round to none. No wrestling threat. No wrestling threat. So he's coming in, throwing punches. He's leading with his head. He's doing what he's always done, Max Holloway, with moving his hands. And you said he was the best boxer in the UFC. He's got to prove it now. He didn't really have much success in round number 1, and we're at the 4-minute mark of round 2. Max gets in tight, and when he throws those right hands, he comes in real close and throws the right hands. Volkanovski's so quick getting out of there. He's an elite athlete, Alexander Volkanovski, as he nails Max with the right hand there. Elite athlete. His punches are going to hurt Max a lot more than Max's are going to hurt him. If we see a finish early here, it's going to be Volk. Probably not Max. He's going to have to hit him in just the right spot, which, of course, obviously it's about that too. Just like a baseball bat and a golf club. Same thing with a punch, the form, the end of the punch, where it lands. Philip Harvey says Izzy wins by KO. Joe Santiago says Max Steph has this. Kyle says, thanks for this, bro. Great coverage for real. Thank you. Tell your friends. We got to get our numbers back up. YouTube's been a little wonky with us lately, and this is just for no reason. We just got to get those numbers up. So if you guys don't mind, like, follow, hit that bell, tell your friends, get them here, because I think we have the best show, especially when Jeff's here. He's busy tonight covering UFC 276 for MMA Weekly, but we've had an awesome week, and this show will get big numbers no matter what. If it gets them after, it gets them after, but we'll bump it up for the main event. Under 3 minutes left. Now, Volk has him. He has his back up against the fence. Max face first, and Max turns him around, and as he goes to get out, Volk nails him with a left and then a right. Super confident. Corey must be watching. Corey Michael must be watching like I am. Very confident. He doesn't feel like Max can beat him. He does not feel at all like Max can beat him. He's got that Mamba mentality going right now, and he'll be the first one who's shocked if he loses this fight. And Max is just not able to hit him. When did Volk get this quick? Fighting the zombie, fighting Ortega, and man, just so quick. Alexander Volkanovski and Holloway trying to come in and hit him. Max already bleeding from the right side of his, I think it's his eye bleeding down over his nose. Thank you, Life Challenge. Appreciate it. Said good show. Who do I want winning? I don't really have. I mean, I love Max Holloway, and I really appreciate Volkanovski. I love greatness. I love greatness around me. Being around Chuck Liddell and Chris Weidman and Joanna Jacek and Jan Blachowicz and all these guys and Khabib and DC this week at the Hall of Fame induction. You know, I mean, it's awesome. It's awesome. Greatness in any form is something that really attracts me. I love the vibration. I love the energy. It's how I live my life. So watching these two in here right now, they're both great. But what I'm amazed at right now, and I'm going to tell you guys, right, I'm serious. Max is not hitting anything right now. He's not hitting anything. That could always change, but he has not figured Volk out. Volk's backing up with his hands down now, kind of taunting him a little bit. He does have a little bit of a mark on the corner of his left eye. G. Nicola says, great coverage, my bro. Thank you from New Zealand. Appreciate that. All the way across the world, home of City Kickboxing. Jim Morrison, told you going the same way it went with Zombie. Volk is the best. It is going the same way it went with Zombie, and Max is really bleeding now. Max is really bleeding out of, I believe it's his left eye right above that, and it's coming down. When they give us a closer look, I'll let you know. Who's winning? Volk is dominating. 40 seconds left in round 2 as Max Holloway lands a combo. The blood's not going to bother him. As long as he's got his wits about him, it doesn't look like it's going to bother him. It's not in his eye. It's not filling up his eye or anything like that. Shizzy Howe says this is going to be a TKO loss for Max. Who's winning? Taco Tom Volk is winning. And nice try, Taco Tom. You're not going to get me there. Not in this day and age. 10 seconds left in round 2. Holloway's face bleeding a little bit from the left side. Oh, Volk with a nice left. Holloway misses badly with a spinning kick. Alexander Volkanovski, man, he is coming in hot. He is fast. He's almost unhittable right now for Max Holloway, and he's been kind of piecing him up a little bit. Max has got that cut above the eye. We'll take a closer look at that in between rounds. What do you guys think? Anybody who's watching it, throw your 2 cents in there. What do you think's going to happen? Thanks again, Corey. Appreciate you appreciating us. Oh, that's a nasty cut. Oh, it's straight up and down above the right eyebrow, or left eyebrow of Max Holloway. And that was caused by one of those big right hands from Volkanovski. Thanks for the coverage. Respect from Finland, from Hoshir. Albert Velasquez, stuck at work on post. Glad you guys have this running tonight. I am too. Albert, you can thank Scott for that. And Volkanovski ducked down under a Holloway punch and came back with a roundhouse right, a big-time right hand, and just connected right here on Max Holloway. And the cut, guys, on his left eye, it's like right here. It's a big split, and that's the eyebrow's going to block a lot of the blood. It's going to come around. It's going to form a basin. Yeah, that's a nasty cut. Oh, man, that's borderline what Nate Diaz had in New York against Masvidal in the BMF fight, if you want a comparison. Not maybe quite as bad and in a little bit of a different location. Volk is going to win by far. Noah Bolton. Shakurov says, I don't know what he said. Noah Bolton says, looks like a champ. LA in the house. Can you give us Rogan Cormier reaction if there is a knockout? Great coverage, man. Just subscribe. Ring the bell. Thank you, Richard. Alexander Volkanovski is on another level right now. We might have to start talking about him being up there with Kamaru Usman. If this continues right now, the way he's just beating up Max Holloway and not letting himself even get hit, doesn't have a mark on him, maybe a little bit on the corner of his left eye. He just jabbed Max right in the eye. Max is feeling it, and this is something Holloway does not get dominated like this. The second fight, he came out and looked real good. And you can see Volkanovski coming into this fight. He was saying, hey, I'm going to dominate him this time. I'm going to leave no doubt. Holloway's kicks are missing. His punches are missing. Volkanovski's so quick in and out. He's changing stances left to right. So hard to hit. I just watched The Matrix on the flight out here. And he looks like The Matrix, man. Looked like Neo in the end, minus the flying. Dang, I hope it doesn't get stopped by Doc. Usually in Vegas, they're good about that. So if they do, it's a good stoppage, Jalen Nicholas. And we're going to keep our fingers crossed on that one right here on MMA Weekly. Live coverage of UFC 276, powered by MMA Bet Club, MMABetClub.com. Prove who the real expert is. You think you're the smartest MMA fan and UFC fan? Prove it at MMA Bet Club. Volk is the man, says Life Challenge. Max does not get dominated like this, says Noah. Fully agree. Yeah, it's amazing to see what's happening right now. This is a clinic. This is Kamaru-esque. This is Habib-esque. This is, certain guys that looked unbeatable like GSP or Anderson Silva or Jose Aldo-esque. Volkanovski's reaching that level. We talked about this being a legacy fight. We talked about this being a Mount Rushmore fight. The question will become, with a dominating win by Volkanovski, that ends Holloway's chances of being the GOAT, ends his chances of being the best of this era, probably ends his chances of ever holding the belt again. Maybe, but he's only 30. But Max getting beat up bad right now. Oh, big right hand by Volkanovski and an uppercut to follow it up. Man, his boxing is on point right now. His boxing, he is outboxing Max Holloway, barely kicking. And Max had said he was the best boxer. Volk is on that level of champion right now where he's saying, hey, I'm going to beat you at what you do best, like Henry Cejudo does. He did to Marlon Moraes. He beat him in Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu. And Max did manage to get that left arm extended and touch up Volk a little bit with a straight left hand. Sup, dudes and girls? What's up, Robbie? Ski Town, Michigan. Max can eat the shots early on, says Quinn Richards. He's eating a lot of them, bro. He's got a huge cut over his left eye from the right hand. And Timothy Richmond beat him 2 times. He did. Now Volkanovski going in for the clinch on Holloway. I mean, that's smart, right? He softened him up with a whole bunch of punches. Now he's throwing knees to the sides, but Max trying to turn it around. Right back up against the cage goes the back of Max Holloway. Still bugs me out to see Joe Rogan in a white shirt and a tie. It's a black jacket and a black tie, but I can't remember Joe in a white shirt and a tie very often. Volk hits like a Volkswagen, says Mega Tuna Melt. He is the GOAT, says Quinn Richards. Wind Gorilla says weird that Volk has the reach advantage, right? When you're got a 5-inch height disadvantage and you have the reach advantage. I mean, that's what makes him so special in a way, right? I mean, sometimes you're born with a body that, you're abnormal in one area compared to the averages and things like that, but it helps you when you do something specific, like in this case with Volkanovski. Austin Jones, thank you, brother. Great play-by-play. I actually call some fights. I'm doing boxing next week in Kansas. There goes that tiger uppercut. Pedro Malu. Now we're going for the tiger knee. LMFAO. Max Holloway is not laughing. Neither are his fans right now, but we are seeing one of the most dominating performances in the making in a title fight in UFC history right now. It's all on the feet. It's all throwing hands, and it's Alexander Volkanovski all the way against Max Holloway. Max has not done anything, has not gotten any offense going. I'm not biased for Alexander Volkanovski. I'm calling it like I see it. 72-43 head strikes for Volkanovski. Holloway's got the body advantage, 22-13. But man, Alexander Volkanovski is dominating this fight. Holloway just came in to clinch up with Volk, and he's bleeding all over him to the point where Volk's forehead just got completely covered in blood. It looked like the movie Face Off just by coming in contact with Max Holloway's face. Remember when Keanu Reeves and John Travolta, they had him switch faces and there was all the blood? Face Off, long time ago in the 90s. Why is Joe wearing a suit? Felt odd to me. I have no idea, man. Who knows? Alan Blair says, please read this. My wife is so hot. Alan Blair's wife is so hot. She's next to me and not paying attention. Got to pay attention, hot wife. That makes you even hotter. End of round number 3, and Volkanovski, boom, straight jab right to the nose of Max Holloway. Everything getting through. Another big right to the temple. They're showing the highlights, followed up by a left, and another right, and another left. A 4-punch combo. The jab's getting through. Max is bleeding on both sides of his face and his nose right now. Yeah, looking like zombie. Whoever called that in the beginning, whoever said he's looking like zombie, send another chat. Send me a private chat. By the way, you can super chat us anytime you want if you feel like it. Not asking you to, but if you feel like it and you like what you're seeing and what you're hearing, we welcome the help and the support on the channel. The YouTube views have been a little bit crazy lately. The industry-wide thing has been going on where, the views drop here and there and then they pick back up and no one can ever really see it. Yeah, what did I say? I think I said Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, didn't I, Jonathan? What did I say? I thought I said that. Did I say Keanu Reeves? I just watched The Matrix. Sorry, guys. Nicolas Cage and John Travolta. And that's a bad deal for John Travolta. If you think about it, to get Nicolas Cage's face, man, that's a bad deal for John Travolta. Yep, uppercuts and knees. Volk is a bad dude. As a Max fan, it's crazy to watch. The head strikes are incredible. Into the 4th round we go. Volk hearing it from the crowd, and he should be. Alexander Volkanovski putting on a show against Max Holloway in our co-main event, UFC 276. He's had to listen to all those people, myself included, say that Max Holloway won the second fight. The first one was a unanimous decision. Second one split, and Volk's got him against the cage now, just throwing bombs at him. Max clinching up and now holding him around the back, just trying to survive here. In round number 4, Holloway looking to avoid being finished. Volkanovski wanted to come out and end this thing right away. He's been aggressive, but patiently aggressive. And again, I said it early on, when Max came right at him, Volkanovski was prepared for that. He had his timing down, he was ready, and he was throwing major heat on his counter punches. And he's punched Max's face to the point now where it's starting to look like, some ground beef. And you're going to see Max Holloway with some damage later on. Volk on roids? Nah, come on. You got USADA, 7th anniversary this week. Jeff Nowitzki came by, and I interviewed him. He gave out 10 more jackets to athletes who tested clean 50 times in a row. Chris Weidman, Joanna Jacek, Valentina Shevchenko, Justin Gaethje. I think Poirier, too, among those athletes. Everyone's on rounds. Some people just react to it differently. So some look obvious, others don't. Every single round has been dominated by Alexander Volkanovski in this fight. We're almost at the 3:30 mark of round number 3 in the co-main event. Alex Pereira knocked out Sean Strickland with a big looping left hand in round number 1 at right about 2:36 of their co-main. Barberena finished Robbie Lawler in round 2 TKO. Sugar Sean O'Malley accidentally poked Pedro Munoz in the eye, and it was a no contest. All you MFers are on steroids. Oh, here we go again. Do you think Volk has a chance against Oliveira? Yes, I do. I'm never going to doubt Volkanovski. I'm never going to doubt Oliveira. By the way, Oliveira got a huge ovation at the Fan Expo this week. He got one. Joanna Jacek got one. Huge pops. Yeah, I know Diaz said that. I like when Nate put out all Connor's losses and everybody getting choked out. And Max trying to kick Volk, and Volk just kind of catches it. I mean, Volk could really start taunting him right now if he wanted to. He's at almost the 2:30 mark. He's getting to the point, and Max still looks fresh. He still looks quick, but his face is a mess. I don't know how hurt he is. His hands are down. He's breathing a little heavy. Volkanovski doesn't have a mark on him. I mean, this is an unbelievable. Max does have to finish. It's an unbelievable performance in a title fight. I mean, you start thinking about some of the most dominating performances in title fights, this is going to be up there. Max gets his back and goes for the takedown. Volkanovski's so strong, Max has no chance to take him down. He literally had him around the waist from the back. Perfect opportunity to take him down. Tried the inside trip, couldn't do it. So there we go. Awoke. I'm not even going to read what awoke. Israel in a USADA jacket covering up his sports bra. That's in reference to what Izzy had going on. There's medical things there. Jimbus Maximus says, I pee straight battery acid. Islam and Oliveira. Ooh, man, that's a crazy one. Max just missed getting nailed. He barely got his head off the center line of an uppercut from Volk that would have knocked him 5 rows deep. And maybe his teeth would have flown in front of him about 10 rows deep. Hope you guys are enjoying it here on MMA Weekly. Live coverage of UFC 276 powered by MMA Bet Club. Think you're the expert in the room? Prove it. We'll find out who the real expert is at MMABetClub.com. MMA Bet Club, proud sponsor of MMA Weekly. If we could take that graphic down, that's actually an old graphic. There we go. Yep, there we go. Sorry about that, Scott. Volkanovski's so accurate. And Joe Rogan said it. I have the closed captioning on. He said that he's just a step ahead. And this is the thing. And one of the announcers just raised the question. And it's so much better watching the fights without the commentary. Not that the guys aren't awesome, but it tends to make you think that one fighter's winning more than they are because they get crazy about the fighter and their performance. But I know they're doing it here, and Volkanovski's putting on a show. This is a clinic. This is a boxing clinic. It's what it is. There's a few kicks here and there. It's a boxing clinic being put on by Alexander the Great, Alexander Volkanovski, and this is unbelievable to see. Someone's going to have to try to take him down and beat him on the ground because this boxing that I'm seeing right now against Max Holloway, who was the best boxer in the division until tonight, Alexander Volkanovski is going to take that from him, and it's not even close right now. Volk just throws in a little low below the calf kick for good measure. Max is throwing spinning kicks. Volk just kind of like a little smirk on his face, backing up and blocking those chest high, and headed to the 5th round now. And Max Holloway's cut is so bad. You know what? I'm going to take my phone off the I don't know if I can show you. I'm going to show you a picture of this cut if I can here. If I can between rounds. I'm going to try to show you guys a picture. Max looking like Cater right now. Yeah, or the Zombie or T-City against either one of these guys. Thank you, Pedro. He says he loves this chat. Where's the sound? I don't know what sound you're talking about. Mason Todd, you're doing great, man. Thank you for your time. Do you love me, though, by any chance? I love everyone. I love everyone, Mason Todd. So, yeah, the answer is yes. So, yeah, oh, man, that cut on Max Holloway's eye. I'm going to try to show you this here. I'm gonna send it over to Scott, and he's going to put it up. This one's not the best angle of it. This is, man, it's, wow. Absolutely just, you get a pretty decent read on it here. I'm going to send this over as we start the 5th and final round. Alexander Volkanovski and Max Holloway for Volk's Featherweight Championship. Blood dripping down the face of Max Holloway. Text this over right now to Scott as we start the 5th and final round, and he's going to put it up so you guys can see it. There it is, and boom, sent. Okay, so 5th round underway. Live coverage on MMA Weekly. My phone's already running out of juice, so I got to plug this thing in here. Max going for a takedown. I mean, you talk about desperation time for Max Holloway. When Max Holloway goes for a takedown, ever, it's desperation time. And of course, you remember, he didn't have any takedown attempts at all. Didn't go for one single takedown in either of the first 2 fights, but he is getting badly outboxed. Now, one of 2 things could be happening here. I tend to think it's number 2. One would be Max Holloway got hit a lot by Yair Rodriguez, had a tough fight before that as well. And, you know, I mean, he's had a lot of fights and a lot of wars. The Poirier fight comes to mind, for example. And maybe he's slowed down a little bit because of the punishment he's taken. But I tend to think it's number 2. I think you're just seeing a world-class athlete peaking and getting better every time out in Alexander Volkanovski. And I didn't like him at first, and I didn't want to give him credit, and I didn't think he would be a long-term champion, and I didn't think that Max lost the second fight. But I'll tell you what, I stand corrected. And apparently I really don't know shit. I really don't, because I said the same thing about Oliveira, and he had to prove to me that he deserved to be a champion, and look what he's done. You know, when he beats Chandler and Poirier and Gaethje back to back to back, the way that he did it, no one wants to follow him to the ground. You knock him down, he recovers down there. But Alexander Volkanovski, with this punishment, with his jiu-jitsu, there's the cut. All right, there it is, right above the thumb. That thing goes all the way down into the eyebrow, so you're only seeing half of it. That thumb is covering the other half right now, and it is pouring a river down the face of Max Holloway. I mean, he went for a takedown to start this round. He's a G, so he's probably going to finish this fight. And again, these aren't light heavyweights or heavyweights, or, you know, but Max has taken an absolute ton of abuse here tonight. 165 strikes, 164 significant, 121 of them. 121 of the 164 significant strikes landed by Volkanovski have been head strikes to Max Holloway. Think about that for 1 second. 121 head strikes. And these are not light. These are hard punches. Max is a G. Noah says, man, I don't really know. That's tough considering as Max has been in a lot of wars. I'd say the wear is too much. Adesanya's fighting next. What did you miss? Akina Day? You missed a lot. Max Holloway is getting beat up really bad by Alexander Volkanovski. And we are in the 5th and final round. Volk is in the zone right now, to say the least. Yes. Self-help yourself. Max needs to go Uber Reams horse meat diet, says Jimbus Maximus. Nice job by Scott to get that cut up there. And I mean, man, Max Holloway's face, he's almost got the crimson mask, like when the wrestlers would blade each other and have the crimson mask all over their face. And it's literally right under his eye. So it's coming down here, and then coming straight down here, straight down his nose. So all here, completely covered. I mean, covered, like someone just threw paint on him, covered in blood. And that's pretty, intense with what Volkanovski's doing to him. I love Max, but this is the Volk era. Shizzy Howe says what I think everybody's learning tonight. This is the Volk era. And I hate to see Izzy went up to 205 and got beat by Blachowicz. It took away a lot of his steam as a pound for pound, and I don't think you necessarily need to do that, but Volkanovski wants to do it. Dana White already said he's not going to stop him, and who would, right? This is a clinic Accuracy, 41%, 45, 53, 57, and 53. 4 rounds in the 50s for Alexander Volkanovski for accuracy with his striking. He is on another level right now. And Max is not dust, Taco Tom. Maybe in this fight he is, but I mean, Alexander Volkanovski, he got quicker. He got quicker. He got faster in this fight. I'm going to go back and watch all his fights and just see. And Max still leaning in, 30 seconds left. Max's face is effed up bad. He is bleeding from everywhere. Max Holloway has been dominated in this fight like we have never seen Max Holloway get dominated. Even when Poirier did it, Holloway came back and made it real close in the end. This is a historic performance. I have no other way to put it. It's a historic performance by Alexander Volkanovski, who's putting the finishing touches on it right now. Holloway is going to go guns blazing in the last 10 seconds. But Alexander Volkanovski, the greatest featherweight of the modern era, approaching Aldo-esque territory all time. Barely a mark on him, has a little bit of blood trickling down the side of his left eye. But this is a 50-45 fight, guys. This is a 50-45 fight. There's no doubt. I mean, this is the worst loss of Max Holloway's career. This is the greatest win of Alexander Volkanovski's career. And you got 4 losses, Holloway. McGregor, Poirier, Volk, and now 5, Volk. I mean, it's just, wow. It's just more highlights from the 5th round. That cut gets opened up. Here's where the cut got opened up. Holloway came in like this, guys, and he threw a punch like this with the right, okay? And Volkanovski came back with a right, and he looped it, and boom, just got him right there. And that cut was a big factor in this fight, but Max couldn't hit him anyway, even before the cut. Max couldn't touch him. Not only was Max getting hit with over 50% of Volkanovski's strikes in this fight, but Max Holloway couldn't hit him at all. I mean, you look at the strike percentage, 95 out of 291 for Holloway, 185 out of 379. 379 for Volkanovski. Significant strikes thrown in 5 rounds. Bald Volk sussed Max out too much, Kaj Wave Rider says. Max does eat like a champ. You're welcome, Makina Day. I hope I said that right. Serby 1992. Volk told y'all Max was just after a bag. Wow. It is his house, Daniel Cormier is saying about Alexander Volkanovski. And that's a tough act to follow for Izzy or Cannonier. So if you're looking for an upset tonight, it wasn't Strickland. It wasn't Holloway. It wasn't Munoz. It was a no contest. Could it be Jared Cannonier over Israel Adesanya? What do you guys think? Not quite Patriot or Braveheart. I mean, the blood stopped now, but this is a dominating performance. I mean, 186 to 128 significant strikes. No, 100, that's total strikes. 185 to 95 significant. I mean, there's some highlights from the old fights, and Volk's an angry dude. There's after the zombie fight. He wants you to put some respect on his name, and he has earned it. Let's see if it's a clean sweep, unanimous, all rounds won by Volk. I think all 3 judges would be there. Anybody who would score anything for Max in this fight would be absurd. All 3 score at 50-45, like I said they would. Unanimous decision for the greatest featherweight in UFC history, Alexander Volkanovski. Now, Volk against Prime Aldo, and Rogan's in there in the suit. Don't get blood on the suit, Joe. You got the white shirt on. Volk is going over to Max's corner. All class, Alexander the Great, Volkanovski, but an incredible win by him. I mean, just all boxing. No takedowns in the fight. He just wanted to come out, and he just had that mindset. I'm the better boxer. Max can say it all day long. Not only am I going to win this fight, not am I going to close out this rivalry that never was, I am going to end the Blessed Express and any talk of Max Holloway being the GOAT at featherweight or having any chance to be the best of this generation. And Alexander Volkanovski, I mean, this is a performance of the night. This is something where you don't see performances like this. You don't see the best in the world get dominated like this. You don't see the best in the world get worked like this, like Max Holloway just got done tonight. You know, the intensity was really brought by both guys, but Max brought the intensity, and it triggered Volk to be even more intense. And Volk is saying he wants everyone back home to stand up for themselves. And he said, they tried to bring me down. I stood up, and look at me now. Stand up for yourself. Talking about back home.
Do you think that has anything to do with the COVID restrictions back in Australia? The draconian measures?
Well, yeah. Yep, it is. And that's why City Kickboxing was leaving New Zealand. Same thing. Over there, they're just super rigorous about it. And, I'd be anxious to see. I mean, we don't hear much about COVID anymore over here, but there's been a ton of people in Vegas this week, and everything seems fine to me. But Volk wants to go to lightweight. He said, I have proved what I've wanted to prove as much as possible. I want to be busy. I don't think this division itself can keep me busy. Interesting take, and I don't see anybody there right now. Nothing but respect. I would love to move up, get the double champ status. There you have it. Charles Oliveira. Look out. Volk is coming. A spectacular performance by Alexander Volkanovski. An all-time great spectacular performance. An all-time legendary performance by Alexander the Great Volkanovski. I don't see anybody active right now who's going to beat him. Going up to 55, there's Dubronx. Wow, what a jacket. He's sitting with Davison Figueiredo. I'd like to try to hear that conversation as Brian Barberena comes.
Your thoughts on the performance and just fighting a guy like Robbie Lawler like that?
Here he is.
Yeah, it was an absolute honor. Robbie, as you all know, is a legend, but he seems like a very great human being. It was an honor to share the octagon with him. It was everything I hoped it would be and more. He brought it. I knew he'd come swinging, trying to take my head off. He caught me with some good ones, but I believe I caught him some good ones as well. The first round was a little back and forth. I don't know who the judges gave it to, but going into the second, he made some adjustments. His jab was very good, very fast, and I expect that out of a seasoned vet. And so I was able to make some adjustments of my own, and then he came kind of flurrying and putting the pace on me. And was able to use the move that I dreamed about. Honestly, what I dreamed about finishing the fight was the fake shot into the leaping elbow forward, and that was the beginning of the end of the fight. Landing that shot. I could tell that he was rocked, and then throwing the hooks and everything to finish it it's an absolute honor to fight him, and I believe I made a statement tonight.
You want to keep your emotions in check before you go out there, but I'm sure, knowing what Robbie meant to you, you said that was an A1 type of name. This is the fight you've always wanted. Did it feel different walking out there, knowing that you were about to fight Robbie?
No. This was a full circle moment, definitely. There was a lot of, going on behind it as far as I met Robbie in 2009 at the very first, International Fight Week, and right before my very first amateur fight, and then now to come to the International Fight Week, the 10-year, and I'm meeting Robbie Lawler again, but this time in the octagon. So it's huge, it's awesome, but as soon as that, I'm in the zone. When I get in there, when I get in the octagon, it's like weight lifted off my shoulders. I put all the work in, and now I get to go 100% and actually try to take someone's head off. I'm not trying to kill my teammates, so it's weight lifted off my shoulder. As soon as my music hits, boom, I'm in the zone. Don't really, hear a little bit of fans on the way out, but when I'm in there, it's all just me and him.
100K tonight, you think?
It's making 100K. Come on, right? I mean, Dana's making these bonus 75. I don't know if we've ever done 100K bonuses. I mean, if not for fight of the night, I believe just for the 2 rounds we did a fight of the night performance. But like I said, I've been after this performance of the night, and I believe you saw Prime Bam Bam tonight. Got the finish against a legend who is not finished very often. So I believe, hey, if we're not doing 100K, maybe we do 100K each, and we do fight of the night and performance of the night. But I'm definitely hoping for that performance of the night.
And last thing from me, you go from Matt Brown to Robbie Lawler. How do we top this? How do we keep this thing going? Who are you looking at next? What are you thinking?
I want to continue to fight people who want to come fight, who want to bring it. I'm not saying they can't shoot takedowns and stuff like that, or it has to be a striking match only. This is MMA, but I want people who want to come fight, not dance around, not pitter patter, anything like that. Let's come fight, let's throw down, let's do this. So there's some names I like. Ponzinibbio is one of them. A rematch with Luque would be awesome. Nico Price. These are guys who come to fight. If it's whoever it is, if it's any of those guys, I would love to go. Everything's opening up with COVID. I'd love to go to Colombia and let's headline the card in Colombia. Man, I believe every time you watch me, I bring these performances, I bring these fights, and they're fights that people will remember for the rest of their lives.
Brian, you talked about getting the knockout. Robbie's had 46 fights. 3 people have knocked him out, including yourself. Like, how does that feel, just knowing that, and how durable Robbie's been throughout his career?
It's amazing. Like, it's wow. That's crazy to know that. Like, I didn't know exactly how many times he's been finished. I knew it was a very small amount. 3. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah. 3.
And for yourself, I know first knockout for you, I think, since the Jake Ellenberger fight, if you go all the way back. Is there a bit of weight lifted off your shoulders? 'Cause I know you've wanted the knockout, maybe you haven't found it, but you find it against this legend in Robbie Lawler.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I'm always, I mean, from my fights, you can tell I'm trying to finish somebody, you know. They don't always come full circle to where I'm able to get the finish. And, you know, they end up turning out to drag them out, some brawls and fights like that. But, yeah, we've been working a lot on being crisp and being sharp, being in the moment. And like I said, I'm getting better and better, and I believe I'm in my prime. And so I'm ready to put on more performances like tonight.
And last question, you having some rum tonight? What's on the menu for the post-fight celebration?
Yes, sir. Muddy River Rum from the Muddy River Distillery. You know, the guys brought me in some rum. I got it here with me, so I'll be celebrating with that. And pizza from Pizza Rock, man. I got a bunch of pizza coming in, celebrating with the team over here.
They did 100K bonuses at UFC 100. That was the last time, I think.
Well, this sounds like a pretty good time. I mean, 10-year International Fight Week. I mean, we got this. It's probably one of the best cards I've seen in a long time. Like, as far as top to bottom, everybody on the card. I believe that most of these people on this card could headline a fight of the night, or, you know, a fight night. So, I mean, this seems like one of those cards that should be, you know, amp it up a little bit. Let's go. Thank you, everybody.
Great performance tonight, by the way. I mean, we've seen some really good ones on this fight card. We've seen some tremendous performances on this fight card tonight. Bryan Barberena defeated Robbie Lawler by TKO at 4:47 of round number 2, and he just defeated his press conference. He's always entertaining, always fun. I've known him a long time also, and I'm getting a little long in the tooth, and I've been in this game a while, guys, and, you know, just seeing Joanna today and giving her a big hug and, you know, just kind of congratulating her on an epic career. And I'm wondering, you know, the champions were everywhere this week. Chuck Liddell's there. Dan Severn, the only Triple Crown guy in UFC history, won that tournament at UFC 5 and then became the heavyweight champion. I mean, this guy's a legend with 100 wins, and he's been in movies and a pro wrestling career. And, you know, you had Cowboy Cerrone and Jim Miller on this card. Donald Cerrone retires and Jessica Ai retires. But you had all the legends, not all, but a lot of the legends in town in Vegas. You had the champions there. You got Volkanovski in the co-main, who's been Izzy's teammate, right? You have 2 title fights at the top of the card. You've got every single champion in the UFC in Vegas at Fight Week all week long. And who's been seeing this all? Who's been watching this all? Jared Cannonier and Israel Adesanya. I interviewed Chris Weidman today on MMA Weekly, and I kept the interview evergreen, which means we can run it any time because we were literally out of time, and it would have been up for an hour before the fights. But Chris Weidman, I asked him off camera, because I didn't ask him on camera because it won't matter when we post the interview what he thought before this fight. It was prediction-wise. But I asked him, what does Jared Cannonier have in front of him tonight? Because Weidman was young. He had never even been on a pay-per-view before, right? And all of a sudden he's facing the greatest fighter of all time at that point in Anderson Silva. Anderson Silva was the greatest of all time at that point. Nobody would have argued that. Very few people would have said GSP. John Jones was still emerging. He wasn't quite there yet. As Jared Cannonier takes the walk to the octagon, this guy fought his way out of Alaska. This guy had success at heavyweight. This guy had success at light heavyweight. Now he's at middleweight. And he's been beaten at middleweight, but he's also come back in those fights. And when you think about, I mean, he's got 15 wins in 20 fights, and he's got 10 knockouts. He's a big striker, a lot of power in his hands, but he's facing an elite striker tonight in Adesanya. And what we've seen Adesanya do with distance, with angles, with combinations. But when you look at Jared Cannonier, debuted at middleweight against David Branch at UFC 230. Now, UFC 230 is November of 2018. TKO's Branch, TKO's Anderson Silva with the leg and the injury, with the leg kicks, and then Jack Hermanson TKO's him with punches. Lost to Robert Whittaker, but everybody's been saying he got dominated by Robert Whittaker. Really, I think that you guys who say that need to go back and rewatch these fights, because so many times I'm hearing people say, Whitaker dominated that fight. He dominated most of that fight. And here come the levels jumping up on the stream. Let's like and follow and hit that bell. And remember, we're going to be on for all the pay-per-views, guys. We're starting a new podcast at MMA Weekly. We're pumped to be working with MMA Bet Club at MMABetClub.com. You think you're the smartest fan in the sport, you can go prove it there. Join up now. They do giveaways periodically for good money. But everybody on T-Mobile Arena, at T-Mobile Arena, is on their feet right now with the Killer Gorilla getting ready to enter the cage. There he is, hugging it out with John Crouch, his coach, and John's an elite jiu-jitsu coach and elite head coach. So you know he's been working on that, right? So it's something that he has. He's got 10 knockout wins. But what he did in the Brunson fight, when you think about what Brunson brought to the table, Brunson was dominating that fight early on. You know, hit him with a couple of good shots, took him down. Cannonier was able to get up. He's just looking at him here. He filled back in. He is ripped. He's got the strength of a heavyweight in a middleweight's body. Let me say that again. He's got the strength of a heavyweight in a middleweight's body. Cutting down like he does to fight at 85, he hits like a heavyweight. He's got the power of a heavyweight. Light heavyweight to heavyweight. You know, you're not really going to have the full power of a heavyweight unless you weigh as much as a heavyweight, but he's still got that kind of power. He's still got that kind of, like Justin Gaethje does. He doesn't have 55 power. He has light heavyweight power, middleweight to light heavyweight power. And when your power is 3-4 weight classes above your actual weight class, comparatively speaking, that's not a good situation for most of your opponents. But, you know, at light heavyweight even, he was losing to Glover. He was losing to Jan Blachowicz and Dominic Reyes. Reyes, a lot of people thought, beat John Jones for the championship, and his last 4 fights have been against champions, starting with Chris Weidman and going to Glover and Yuri and Yuri Petrashka with the brutal knockout the last time with Jan Blachowicz in there for the interim. So it's been a tough go for Dominic Reyes, but Glover, Blachowicz, and Reyes, title winner, champion, and oh so close to taking John Jones's title. Then he comes to middleweight. His only loss is against Robert Whitaker. He comes back, unanimous decision over Kelvin Gastelum, and the KO, the elbows against Derek Brunson. So what does this mean for Israel Adesanya? I'm about to tell you as we get set for our main event, UFC 276 coverage live here on MMA Weekly. Just smash that like button. Will you hit that bell so you know when we're bringing you new content? The numbers are going up. Here we go. Izzy's got the best walkouts in the sport. He's walking out in a tribute to The Undertaker with an urn and The Undertaker hat. The Undertaker, what a legend The Taker is. The WWE superstar who retired last year. Izzy doing The Undertaker walk. And I love this guy, man. He gets it. He's a pleasure to interview. He told me I have great style. I love my Nipsey blue jacket, as he called it. He's, how could I dislike the guy after that? But he's got that next level of confidence. Where did my feed go? ESPN. Oh, the whole room went blue. Oh, shit. What is he doing? Izzy's taking the walkouts to a whole new level. Wow, he's got LED lights flashing on him. This is pretty dope. Adesanya for the win, says Joshua Lynch. I'll smash your like button, Mason Todd says. I'm not sure how to take that. I got a couple people lined up for tonight, though. You might want to get in line. I met a girl on the escalator last night in Vegas, and we ended up hanging out for a long time, if you know what I'm saying. Not that long of a time, but a long time. And she was quite a bit younger than me, which is actually a good thing at this point in my midlife crisis having life. Not really, just kidding, for the purpose of entertainment. And maybe it's not even entertaining, but the Undertaker theme is great for Izzy. And he's got the lights coming across. I mean, you could tell that he coordinated this with the UFC, and, you know, it's pretty cool. And there it is. I was waiting. Johanna Triplier, Adesanya already got the Drake curse, so it's a loss. The Drake curse is a real thing. Anybody who takes a picture with Drake ends up, for the most part, losing. Kane and Big Show. Izzy is gangsta AF with the walkouts, GAF with the walkouts, KO someone, dude. I mean, it's tough to say. I mean, you guys are brutal, and you have a right to be. I mean, look, you know, there's MMA Bet Club, MMABetClub.com. They've already given away the $1,000 for UFC 276, but you can see what they did this week, coming strong, launching this website. You think you're the smartest MMA fan? Prove it. We're going to find out who the real expert is on MMABetClub.com. It's the MMA and UFC prediction site that simulates gambling outcomes without taking bets. And they're at that point right now. Everybody on their feet at T-Mobile Arena. Is there anyone in the sport right now who commands an arena better than Israel Adesanya? And don't say Conor McGregor, because he's not in the sport right now. Have you seen a picture of his leg lately? And Floyd Mayweather is offering $160 million to Conor McGregor to fight him again. He might want to call Logan Paul first and see if he got paid. But if Floyd's offering $160 million, he's never going to make close to that in a UFC fight. So we might not see Conor again. We might not see him for a long time. And if you've seen pictures of his leg, I don't know, I'm not going to diss Conor McGregor, but he commands the room better than anybody, obviously. But Adesanya is underneath Conor McGregor with Khabib gone, and that was a lot of it was to do with Conor too. Who commands an arena? Who commands a room like the style bender, the last style bender, Israel Adesanya? Is he ready to chop the flag, he says? How much younger are you talking, my man? Quite a bit. But I actually have someone in town meeting me tonight who I've been waiting a long time to meet up with this one. We live in different states. The COVID thing happened. It's been 2+ years in the making, the one I'm meeting up with tonight, guys and girls. So wish me luck. Literally the hottest girl on my Instagram. Literally. I'm not kidding. That's who I'm meeting tonight after this show. So I really love you guys. So keep those numbers coming. They're flying up. Please hit that like. Please smash that bell. If you want a super chat, that's cool. If you don't, that's cool too. Izzy coming in the green with the gold, and he just struts into the octagon and owns it. He's already seen his old kickboxing nemesis, Alex Pereira, turn the lights out on Sean Strickland in round number 1. His teammate, Alexander Volkanovski, so many times they've trained together, just put on one of the greatest performances in UFC history in a championship fight, absolutely dominating Max Holloway for 5 straight rounds. Cannonier at 38 might be his last shot, man. And I want to say this, that I got thrown off track a little bit here. Anyone who says that Whitaker dominated him, go back and watch the fight, because Whitaker had to survive the final round against him. And it was only a 3-round fight. If that went another round, who knows what would have happened. Cannonier is so strong. If he takes Izzy down like Jan Blachowicz did, and that's the only reason Blachowicz beat him, the only way that he beat him, the weight difference holding him down, I believe Cannonier has that kind of strength. Blachowicz is not a wrestler. He's not a good wrestler. He's not a good grappler, right? And he was able to hold Izzy down all night by pure strength, and that's what I think Cannonier can do if he takes him down. I'm looking right at the camera, and I'm talking to you, Izzy fans. I'd be a little worried tonight about the strength of Jared Cannonier, about how hard he hits, about the resilience that he's shown in his fights. And look, I'm not selling this fight. You know, you guys are already here. I'm not trying to hype it up. Adesanya is another level. When he looked across at Kelvin Gastelum before round 5 and said, "I'm prepared to die," and I interviewed him right after that, a couple months later, and he said, I said, "When you said you're prepared to die, you'll do anything to win." He goes, "No, I'm prepared to die, so I'm prepared to kill." If you're prepared to die, you have to be prepared to kill. That's his mindset. So all of you who are out there going, "Hey, Israel Adesanya is not knocking people out. He's not the same guy anymore." You want to knock out in every fight. You wanted Chuck Liddell to knock everyone out or get knocked out. You want him to get knocked out when he doesn't knock someone out. And Izzy's fighting smart. When you get that belt, when you get that money, when you get that fame, when you get that clout, when you get everything going your way the way he has, and everyone's training for you, everyone's gunning for you, everyone's coming for your head, let alone that strap, everyone's looking at you. Even when they're training for their other fights, they're spending some time thinking about and training for you as the champion. He's got everyone gunning for him. He's getting the best from everyone. And you people, and not all of you, are never freaking happy, man. You want him to knock everyone out. And I understand you want to see the knockouts, but you cannot devalue the greatness of a fighter because they're not knocking everybody out. This is one of the biggest misconceptions in this sport, and boxing especially, or we won't even talk about boxing because this is so much better, but you're not going to knock everybody out. Look, Marvin Vettori is a damn beast, and he's a great grappler, and he's a wrestler, and he's going to beat almost everyone he faces. Adesanya somehow found a way to beat this guy twice. Robert Whitaker, one of the great champions in middleweight history after changing weight classes, he put on a really good performance, and it was a safe fight for both guys in a lot of ways last time because they know what the other guy can do. Look at Woodley Wonderboy 2 versus 1. When you felt that power and you felt that person touch you up the way that they had in those previous 2 fights, you're not going to be so just gung-ho running in there to do it every single time out. You're going to do it against Yoel Romero? You go charge Yoel Romero and tell me how that works out, right? But Israel Adesanya's greatness And I hate to see this. Kanye West said it a long time ago. People never get the flowers while they can still smell them. If you love somebody, you better tell them. People never get the flowers while they can still smell them. It's in a song called Big Brother about him and Jay-Z on, I can't remember which, one of his first three. I can't remember. Maybe Late Registration. I'm not sure. Anyway, maybe The College Dropout. But anyway, nobody gets their flowers, it seems, when they're able to smell them. When people reach the top, we want to pull them down. Why? Why do we love everyone until they make it, and then we want to pull them down? Is that what we really are, what we're becoming as a country? I don't want to make it about that, or as a world for that matter, because we're worldwide here. You know what I'm saying? So I think Adesanya is a guy who can come in here and turn the lights out anytime. So Cannonier's got to watch. The dizzying striking of Israel Adesanya, they're about to start it up. Cannonier's got the power. Who do you think's going to win, guys? Put it up in the chat right now. Who do you have winning this fight? Will it be a huge upset for the killer gorilla, Jared Cannonier? Will it be another title defense for Israel Adesanya, the last style bender, only one loss in his career, to Jan Blachowicz, who my interview with him is up on MMA Weekly right now, and he said Cannonier can use his wrestling, can use the clinch, take him down, hold him down, ground and pound. Izzy's got the height. Izzy's got the reach. Izzy's got the youth. Izzy's got the athleticism. Cannonier's got the strength. He's also a striker, but he can grapple. Again, you don't go to the MMA lab and train there for as long as he has and not be a grappler. He's got the one-punch power, and Israel Adesanya is so good at using that lead arm to kind of fend people off, and fighters can't get in. He just kind of sticks it out there like a, just like, oh, hold on, like one of those gates that comes down when you're leaving a parking garage, but it goes straight out. Like, nope, you're not coming in. So Cannonier wants to wrestle. He wants to try to just engage early on, get him in the clinch, and do that. He throws a wild right hand. Izzy just loves to stick that arm out and keep fighters at a distance, come in, back out, use angles, switch stances to figure out your timing. And then once he figures out your timing, especially when he fights you for the first time, that's when you're at risk. And, Paulo Costa, that was a bad matchup for him. And he just was, too big, too bulky for a guy like Izzy. But, Romero, Whitaker twice, Gastelum, Anderson Silva, Vettori twice, Derek Brunson. He's beaten everyone, man. He's beaten everyone. He tried to move up. He's not a 205er. But Israel Adesanya is a great, great champion. And he is right now putting that belt on the line. 3.5 minutes left in round number 1. Adesanya in green trunks, Cannonier in the black and gray. A lot of Cannoniers in there. Izzy. Adesanya, Izzy, Cannonier. So about 15 to 20 Izzies for every Cannonier. Taco Tom, I wouldn't LOL at the MMA lab. They've had some great fighters come out of there. Cannonier and Izzy just kind of feeling each other out right now. They got a little space between them. Izzy likes to keep that distance. Remember I told you earlier about the 3 levels of distance, 1, 2, and 3, the zones. Zone 2 is where Izzy lives, and he backs up into zone 3. He's got the long enough arms and legs to hit you. Usually you can't get hit with a kick from the back end of zone 2, but he can hit you with that kick, and he can hit you. And his knockout of Whitaker was as beautiful a finish as I've ever seen in the octagon. So when you set the bar that high, you just want to knock out every fight. I get it. I understand it. You just want to see spectacular people be spectacular all the time. But you can be spectacular without finishing a fight. A lot of Izzy fans in the chat and the sport in general. Wow, what a combo. A shovel hook / uppercut with the right hand followed by a left kick right under the ribcage of Cannonier. You don't see that from many fighters, but you do see it from Israel Adesanya. He is just blessed and gifted and special in so many ways, and you just really want to see him fight Pereira. That would probably happen next. I don't know if Whitaker or Vettori gets another shot, honestly. Unbelievable right now. Izzy swinging hard out there. Appreciate all you guys with the comments. Izzy commanding an arena at the weigh-ins you're seeing on your screen like he always does. 1:30 left in round number 1. It's just been from distance. Neither guy has wanted to get too close and tight with the other one. Just breaking a sweat, getting your rhythm, getting those juices flowing, trying to figure out and time the other fighter. That's all you're doing. What stances is he using? What angles is he taking? What's his head movement like? What's he throwing at you? Is he changing stances, right? Is it kicks? Is he coming in with the jab first? Is he throwing a right hand first? Is he backing it up with a hook or an uppercut? All these things, your mind's like a computer when you train all the time. And they just take it all in, and then you start to see it come into play more so in round number 2. Usually about halfway through round number 1, and you're starting to see Cannonier land some inside leg kicks, the inner thighs of Adesanya. That's a good place to kick him. A very good place to kick him if you can keep doing it and keep landing them. Izzy is dizzy. What color are his nails? I'm watching on a phone. I'll let you know. Izzy. Oh, wow. He threw a jab followed by a straight right, followed by a right hook. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Incredible. Adesanya with a straight right. You're at 3 seconds of round 1, 2, 1, and boom. They end round number 1. Cannonier back to his corner. No real wear. Sweating pretty hard. He's jacked, man. This dude is cut into middleweight. He's literally probably draining every ounce of water out of his body. Is he going to Costa Cannonier? Jared Cannonier's corner. I wonder what they'd say right now. He's got a little bit of swelling under his right eye. Adesanya, both guys standing actually in between rounds. Izzy will do exactly what he did to Costa. Sanray, yeah, I mean, I can see why you say that. Eugene Behrman is coaching Izzy up face-to-face in there. I think what I saw in that first round is Izzy's definitely faster. No surprise there. We thought about that coming in. But when you come in against Cannonier, you got to be careful with that counter. And he does get better as the fight goes on. Both guys do. Cannonier really sweating out there. Shadow boxing, and here they come into the center of the octagon. Cannonier has to do what everybody has to do against Izzy. Take space away from him. A lot easier said than done. The elite striking, all those years kickboxing. Cannonier did not attempt a takedown. Izzy's tough to take down, but he can be held down. We've seen it with Blachowicz, and Cannonier much stronger in the legs and through that body. But again, with all that muscle, starts to get oxygenated. You start to get tired. That's something that, you know, you really got to watch out for with Cannonier with the output in this fight. 22 significant strikes to 15 for Adesanya in this fight so far. Oh, Izzy just went for the up top head kick. Spinning, and he just missed it. Went right over the head. Had some serious air on that one. Izzy has a reach Cannonier can't defend against. He has a reach that most can't defend against. But Alex Pereira, good. He's taller. Gorilla cannot. Yeah, you're right, Bernie. Having trouble closing the distance. Great comments in there. Appreciate you guys. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. I'm just a guy who's lucky enough to do this for a living. Not much different than any of you, man. We're just sitting here watching the fights, having a good time together. That's what it's all about. I'm drunk and trolling. It's okay. Taco Tom, that's the best comment of the night. I'm drunk and trolling. It's okay. Keep trolling, Taco Tom. You're all good, man. You've been here the whole time. Keep trolling. I'm all good with the trolls. Just don't catfish me, whatever that means. But I know it's bad. I'm not on the dating sites. Jimbus Maximus has a reach I can't defend against. All that muscle is expensive. Vic Sharma says TKO. We're approaching the 3-minute mark. Izzy loves to keep that right arm extended when he's in that southpaw stance and then throw the big left right after it. Cannonier blocks one that was coming straight down the pipe. I want to see Cannonier get in there on him and try at least a clinch here. Cannonier in southpaw chasing him down. Izzy wiggling his way around the cage. Switches back to southpaw from orthodox, does the style bender. Cannonier with a head kick just missed under the chin of Izzy. This is a fun fight to watch. 2.5 minutes left in round number 2. Jared Cannonier with the opportunity of a lifetime. That's a pretty tough division too, but you know, a close loss to Whitaker came on late in that fight. A big win over Brunson. Blonde Brunson going down in defeat. Nice body kick from Cannonier, heading toward the 2-minute mark of round number 2. Herb Dean's the ref, though, in case any of you are wondering. Pereira is a beast. I agree with you, Alejandro. Stylebender, one of a kind, says slamming Sammy's, and my feed literally just froze. This is phenomenal. Here we go. Come on. Let's go. ESPN Plus. Come on. Come on. Don't do this to me. Come on. Uh-oh. Come on. Nope. My feed literally froze, guys. I got nothing coming. Let's see if I can get this back. That's a perfect time to do it. Yeah, he's trying to take Izzy down. And Izzy is a lot easier said than done, taking him down, right? You guys know that. Let's see. Get rolling here on this. Let's see if I can get that going. Come on, ESPN Plus. Don't fail me now. We got this. It's coming. Watching YouTube from the rigs. Thank you, Shotty. Appreciate that. Nice to see Strickland get knocked out, says Dale Baker. Come on. Come back for me. Flying blind here, guys. Flying blind here. There we go. Come on. Khabib will destroy this guy. Oh, man. Lord help me. Here we go. That was funny. Khabib on set the other night with Ryan Clark in DC. They're trying to get him to dance, and DC wanted Ryan, or Khabib said Ryan Clark has to leave because only Hall of Famers up there. Come on, let's go. Load for me. Come on. There it is. Okay. Finally came back on. Good Lord. What do we got here? I still have it in round 2. Round 2. Oh, the ref did stop the action. 12 seconds left in round 2 is where I'm at. Okay, so I'm back, guys. That was a weird thing, but it's good. 5 seconds left in round number 2. And there we go to round number 3. Good fight so far. Izzy points at him in between rounds. They had a couple words. I think Cannonier was trying to be a good sport, and Izzy's kind of giving him one of these. You've seen Izzy do that before, but Izzy just has so much fun in there, right? MJ from Nigeria, what's up? Hoping Adesanya wins. Shelby Brienne Lynn, thank you so much. At least I get to watch you call the fights live. This is rad. We agree it's rad. I like the word rad. Whatever happened to that word? My daughter says I slay. Izzy did hit Cannonier in the right eye with a pretty good left in that round. Might have been a little bit of an eye poke. Larry C. pointing that out in the chat. Someone needs better internet. S. Dizzle. Yeah, I got an eCam feed running. I got the fights running. I got websites up. I got everything going. Sometimes it gets, and it's been perfectly fine all night without even being fuzzy or cloudy or anything. And it just went out for a little bit. These are the wonders of modern technology, guys. Izzy wraps it up round 4 for me. Christopher O. Richard King, thank you for doing this. You're welcome. M. Ali Akbar Sinaga, who's winning? I'd have to say Adesanya. I mean, no one's really dominating, but 44 significant strikes to 24 for Adesanya. Yeah, I'd say he won both rounds, although not by much. I mean, it looks a lot like recent Izzy fights, but Izzy definitely looking for some kicks here. He's headhunting a little bit in this round. Yes, Izzy's doing great, Charles. Austin, Texas in the house. Denison, Texas in the house. We got New Zealand in here. We got everybody. Stylebender getting in his head, Sunray says. Coming out gunning round 3. Going to look for a takedown. If he does, can help him. But if he makes a mistake on the level change, he's done. Very nice. And people will just say, you know, and he's got 20 significant head strikes to 6, Adesanya to Cannonier. And we're only in round 3. I mean, Cannonier has had a lot of fights where he's gotten going a little bit later, but not a lot of 5-round fights, right? I mean, obviously, This isn't something that he's done. So when you think about that, that's something to consider as well. But Cannonier's got him around the waist, also at a leg. Oh, Izzy just turns and spins and throws him literally head first into the fence. Stepped to the side a little bit, kind of gave him the Olay and the Matador and just shoved him for good measure right in there. Pretty badass what he just did, actually. Dude's just next level. Cannonier's sweating a little harder, but they're both getting a little tired right now. Approaching that 3:30 mark. Brunson had a 5-round fight against Kelvin Gastelum and a 5-round fight against Tony Lopez in Alaskan Fighting Championships, and that's it in his career. Adesanya has been fighting 5-rounders for a long time now, being the champ, obviously undefeated in the UFC at middleweight. Lost to Jan Blachowicz when he went up to try to get that belt at 205, which went to Glover Teixeira and now Yuri Prochazka. Still no John Jones, wasting the prime of his career. Someone is. So much of that career has been wasted, man. What could have been, or maybe it wouldn't have been. Cannonier trying for the takedown. Izzy defends it. He came up with a punch and now literally runs him across the octagon into the fence. Now, can Cannonier hold Adesanya against the fence here? This is a big moment for Jared Cannonier in this fight. You got 2:40 left in round number 3. He's got Izzy up against the fence in the clinch. He goes for the single leg, can't get it, and Izzy wriggles away, but you could see the strength advantage of Cannonier there. He let him off the clinch. Maybe could have thrown some more knees, but he went for that single leg, and Izzy just missed with a head kick. That one was close. That one snapped right outside of his eye, and oh, Cannonier just got popped with a big left from the style bender. He bent his face back on that one. 2:10 left in round number 3. Adesanya stalking like a hunter, like he always does. Looking for that opening, patiently waiting for Jared Cannonier to give it to him if he does. Izzy's not going to do anything crazy or wild in a fight like this. Too experienced, been there too many times. And look, that 5-round fight with Kelvin Gastelum took a lot out of him. You don't want too many of those in your career. You only have so many of those in you before they take their toll and you're, chop suey. So Dana claims Jones is ready to come back. Yeah, and what that does is that puts the onus on John. Dana knows what he's doing. And then he says, take the money we want to pay you or don't come back. And John looks like the bad guy because John always looks like the bad guy because John made himself look like the bad guy so many times that anyone can make John look like the bad guy now, even though DC just admitted that he cheated. What kind of shit is that? He laughs about it in his Hall of Fame induction ceremony. DC, the Olympian, DC, the clean-cut dude, DC, the guy who always ripped on John Jones for his lifestyle choices, admits to cheating by pulling on the towel. We all know he did it, but for him to admit it, really? But Cannonier backs Izzy up. I haven't seen anybody back Izzy up and literally lift him and run him across the cage like Cannonier's done twice now. I think his corner's going to tell him to hold this clinch a little bit longer. Another big moment for Cannonier. He could steal this round. He's already outstriking Izzy in this round by 3. It's close. But if he snags a takedown here, or if he controls the action up against the cage, lands some knees, and he's so strong, Adesanya is having a lot of trouble escaping this clinch of Jared Cannonier. This is what I was thinking coming in. Muay Thai, Muay Thai, Muay Thai. Knees, elbows, dirty, filthy. Hold him up against that cage. It takes a lot of energy for you to do it. It looks like a stalemate. Izzy's expending a little less, but he's also trying to punch his way out of it. But he's so strong. Speaking of the killer gorilla, Jared Cannonier, with 20 seconds left, still holding Izzy against the fence, pops out for a second, hit him with a right. DC lives off drama like a kid, says John Johnson. Pereira already knocked out Izzy. Jones is the bad guy because of the coke, the hit and runs, and the violence against his wife. Okay, I mean, he's put himself in a lot of bad positions as they end that round. I think Cannonier run round 3, guys. We might have a fight in the making here. Izzy hit him with a nice jab down the middle, splits the guard. Izzy tried the clench, and Cannonier rocked him with a big right hand. DC likes his sippy cut. Iowa's old man. John plus personal demons equals GOAT. Another nice right hand. Cannonier hit him with 2 flush, hard right hands in that round, and he did pick him up again and carry him across the cage twice. So I believe Jared Cannonier won that round. You never know what the judges are going to do and say, but I believe it's 2-1 Izzy right now going into the 4th. I like you, bro, and I like your G-Dem style. Thank you, Keith Gordon. Appreciate that. Cannonier is a mean mofo. John Johnson, you're not playing. Jared going to have to knock him out? I don't know, Josh. It's 2-1 right now. Cannonier going to gas out. People say that every fight because he's got so much muscle. It's an easy target, and that's a disadvantage at some point. Is he scared, SA, says Jose Flores. I need Izzy to knock him out. I got 500 on it. Oh, you got 500 to win 100, Sean? Sean Falker. That's a tough one. John Jones still a badass. People have short memories. Ganja Farmer. Izzy going to win? No doubt. All right. Round number 4. 10 seconds in. Izzy looking spry as always, but Cannonier feeling confident. You can see a little more spring in the step of the Killer Gorilla. Maybe a second win too. Oh, on the feet. Couple jabs from Cannonier. He probably doesn't want to stand and trade too much with him, but he can do it here and there. Just got blasted in the back of the knee, the right knee, or left knee rather, with a right kick from Adesanya. Cannonier backs up. Resets. Always nice to do. And that's experience right there. So many fights that he's been in. Been training for so long. Cannonier continuing to switch stances too, and Izzy immediately recognizes it and throws the left kick to the back of the right leg. So an equal opportunity kicker, trying to take out those strong, powerful, meaty legs. And those are a big target to a kicker like Izzy. He loves to tenderize that big old piece of meat right there. But Cannonier's coming back with a couple of rights, and Izzy gets out of the way of one of them. Cannonier checked a kick there, and that elbow is dangerous too. When you kick right into that side oblique and that elbow blocks it, you're kicking right into the point of that elbow with your shin. That hurts like a mofo. Numbers just jumped way up, guys. Appreciate it. MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 276 main event. Cannonier shoves him across the whole entire octagon. This is awesome. MMA Bet Club and MMABetClub.com. Proud to have them on board as a sponsor. Cannonier lands a combination. Oh, he just went for it. Izzy got out of the way. Oh, to the back of the leg. Tenderizing, I call it. Izzy continuing to tenderize, like you kind of have that mallet with the serrated edges or the bumps on the bottom where you tenderize the meat. My brother actually wanted me to tenderize ribeyes. And I'm going, dude, you don't tenderize ribeyes, man. This ain't a chuck steak. Got to teach everybody everything. Izzy versus Pereira next. I don't know. Do you skip Vettori and Whitaker? I mean, they've already had 2 chances. Now Cannonier gets him in the clinch again. They were going back and forth with the strikes. It's pretty even. You're at about the 2.5-minute mark. This is where Jared Cannonier can even up this fight right now. If he can control Izzy for the rest of this round with that brute strength, if he can find a way to take him down, if he can mix in some knees and some elbows and some punches, but they're so sweaty, it's getting harder and harder to do no matter how strong you are. Like trying to get a little piece of the shell out of the egg in the bowl. You ever try to do that? Approaching the 2-minute mark, Izzy's going to want to keep that distance. Cannonier in that 3rd round with a nice adjustment started getting tighter and closer, getting in his face, shoving him, pushing him, getting a little dirty with him in a good way. Cannonier stalking Adesanya now, and Izzy's the one moving around, but you got to watch those counters. Jared Cannonier leading with that right hand from a southpaw stance, changing him up. This is a dope fight. This is a really dope fight. I mean, it's not, no one's dominating like Volkanovski did. That's the best performance I've seen in a title fight over the course of 5 rounds. I mean, it's easy to have that recency bias and just say that, but I'm struggling to come up with one where a fighter had a better performance over 5 rounds, and a nice leg kick from Cannonier. Izzy still looking quick, though. You got to watch him. John Johnson, great show, by the way. It's appreciated for us poor folks. Aren't we all poor folks? Haven't you been reading and watching the news? All the money's going to the top. They're taking it away from us. That's enough of that. We're hitting the 1-minute mark here of round 4. Cannonier still hanging in there. He might be winning this round. He has a chance to really prove that he won this round, though. It's still up in the air. He's controlled him for a good portion, over a minute now against the cage. Izzy unable to get away at this point. And Cannonier so strong, squared up his shoulders. Beast mode. A nice elbow from the Killer Gorilla. Adesanya has outstruck him 18-11 in this round. Significant strikes. But Cannonier's controlled it. This is a very, very close round. If I'm Cannonier, I try to win it now with a takedown. I got to go for it. It's round 4 of a title fight. You're 38 years old. You got to go for the takedown here. He's got 30 seconds. Take him down. That's the last thing that sticks in the mind of the judges. Hit him with a couple of shots on the ground. Easy for me to say. But if Cannonier can do this and steal this round here, it's even going into 5. Oh, big elbow from the Killer Gorilla. Nice shots toward the end. It's anybody's round with 15 seconds left. Cannonier with a head kick. Anybody's round. Who wants this round more? 7 seconds, 6, 5. And they're content to kind of backpedal it away and let the round end. I don't know who won that round. I really don't. That was an outstanding round to watch and so much strategy. Clearly, Cannonier is going to try to do it in the clinch, if not in the takedown and grappling and wrestling department. But, you know, when you're looking at Adesanya, he's still going out there at distance and looking to do his thing, still throwing a lot of volume, but not really landing anything heavy or anything that hurts. I don't know if I'd call it a brawl, Keith, but it's a hell of a fight. I mean, it's like a carefully strategized and measured brawl. I mean, we got in a brawl with a frat house when we were in college because we didn't like the frat guys. Sorry if you're a frat guy, but a brawl, just a free-for-all where you just didn't know. Stuff was flying everywhere, getting hit from every direction. This is careful. This is measured. This is pragmatic. This is elite of the elite in the world. And Cannonier at 38 years old has been around so long. This is his shot. This is mom's spaghetti. What's he going to do here? Adesanya's been here so many times, man. Does it matter right now? I think people overplay that. I honestly do. Because Jared Cannonier is 38 years old and he's seen everything. He's a beast. And his cardio's fine. Adesanya with that look. No real damage. Oh, big right from the Killer Gorilla to start the round. He came in and got a look. Cannonier's looking quick. He looks a little quicker right now. He's dancing around, a little more active. Izzy's punches and kicks so fast, though. The look in Cannonier's eyes is that of a killer. He has no hesitation, no fear. None. He's clearly here to lay it all on the line. And, you know, like 50 said, get rich or die trying, win or die trying. That's what he's doing. And he just barely missed with a big-time right. If Cannonier somehow pulls a takedown here and beats up Izzy on the ground, does he steal the fight? I mean, round 3 I felt like was definitely his. Round 4 I go either way. That's a tough one. But if Cannonier somehow gets 2 of those judges to score round 4 for him, man, and then he gets 2 of them to score. It's interesting. We'll have to see. Cannonier trying to body up Izzy chest to chest and shove him across the octagon again like he's done in the last 2 rounds. Under 4 minutes left in this middleweight title fight. MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 276, powered by MMA Bet Club. Go to MMABetClub.com and find out what they're all about. The MMA and UFC prediction site that simulates actual gambling outcomes without taking bets. Will this fight go the distance? Was plus 100 for a yes on the prop line. Because he's been having a lot of those lately. And Cannonier, without a lot of 5-round fights, but he's there. Oh, nice jab from Cannonier. Countered immediately with a kick from Izzy to the lead leg of Jared Cannonier. Oh, no, don't do this again. You better not. I swear to God, if this thing goes out. They approach the 3-minute mark. Izzy looking for the knockout, says Hendricks Matau. Cannonier's throwing heat right now. 3-1 Bender, says Weedy Gonzalez. Ramez says it's 2-2. I don't know. It's close. Izzy with a big left and a big right. Stylebender starting to turn it on a little bit here. Bobbing and weaving. Grabbing that wrist of Cannonier with a little bit of wrist control in the stand-up. Not wanting to let him have the opportunity to get in on that chest and body him up again and use that brute strength. That's been Jared's success in this fight. But he's standing and trading with the Bender now. 2.5 minutes left. He gets it in. Underhooks and right back up against the cage goes Adesanya. A lot of people still saying Izzy, but can Jared Cannonier score a late takedown here and ground and pound? Błachowicz did it in the later rounds. Can he do it? He's so strong. He drops a level. He's trying to trip him here. He's trying to wrap his leg around his knee, around the back of his knee, around the back of Izzy's knee to take him down. Cannonier going to lose by decision. Mr. Garcia, do you think the judges tend to favor the champion? No, and I hope not, because to me, the belt's vacant when that cage door locks. MMA judges got it 3-1 Bender. I'd say right now in this round, this might be Cannonier's round. He's throwing knees, more knees, Jared. That's what I'd do. You got a minute and a half left. You've worked your whole life at 38 years old. From Alaska, 3 weight classes. After his last fight, he said he's broke. This is his chance to be a champion and never be broke again. I talked to Chris Weidman about this. I talked to Joanna about this and Jan Blachowicz. The money that gives you the freedom to be with your family, to do the things you want to do, it's all there for the taking for Cannonier, who's got Adesanya's leg up in the air, desperately trying for a takedown. Adesanya won't budge. Man, his takedown defense so underrated. So underrated. Thank you, Sport Nation. Appreciate you. The champ always gets the nod. I'm not sure always, but now Cannonier keeping Izzy up against the fence again. He's got 50 seconds. If he wins this round, it might not be enough because he might have lost round 4. He might have lost round 4. And that would be, obviously in Izzy's favor, and it would be 3-2 Izzy. And he slips away again. Cannonier hits him with a knee and a big punch on the way out. 35 seconds. I feel like Izzy, even in the Whitaker fight, he's not going to come and go guns blazing, but he is being more aggressive. He's winding up his fist, doing a little spinny thing he does. He's outstruck him in the last 2 rounds, but Cannonier's controlled him. 20 seconds left for Jared Cannonier. Izzy's got to feel like he's got this. Does Cannonier rush in? What does he do? We approach the 10-second mark. Izzy going for lights-out head kick. Ooh, man. My feed just froze. Can you believe this? Come on, guys. My feed just froze. Oh, there we go. Here we go. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. I think we're a little behind. 3, 2, nothing else, and it's over. Jared Cannonier goes the distance with Israel Adesanya. Izzy goes up and leans up against the fence. He's exhausted. Cannonier right over to dap him up, and they hug it out. I mean, there's a bond that type of competition against another man creates. You see it in team sports, but not the way you see it here. Izzy, just a big leg kick in that round. He started going to leg kicks in the 4th and 5th and tenderizing those inner thighs and outer thighs of Cannonier. Got one under the rib cage too. The brutal leg kicks took their toll, Yao Ming says. We're up to almost 6K now. Keep it going, guys. Like and subscribe and hit that bell, please. And Cannonier hit him with some big rights. I'm going to say 3-2 Izzy, but if Cannonier somehow pulled out the 4th and the 5th, which I don't think are givens for Izzy, but I also thought Whitaker won 1 or 2 of those rounds that the judges gave Adesanya in that fight. Izzy's so gifted, he makes it look easy, but Jared Cannonier was not going anywhere tonight. This guy was there for the battle, for the war. I'm going to go, man, this is tough. This is tough. It's, it'd be 48-47, Izzy. Maybe a judge scores it 49-46, I'm guessing, is what we're going to see. What would I say? 4th and 5th, would I give those to Cannonier? I'm not just going to blindly say I would. No. I actually want to watch them again. This is why judging's hard. Sometimes you got to give those guys and girls a break. They're watching from one vantage point. They don't have monitors, and, they're looking from different places at different things throughout the fight. Is he talking to Cannonier's coach, John Crouch, now? And still, says Stem, Cannonier does not suck. Buffer's got the decision. Anik's going to throw it to him. MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 246 brought to you by MMA Bet Club. Bruce Buffer for the final time tonight in the dopest jacket I might have ever seen. Judges' scorecards. The judges score the contest 49-46, 49-46, 50-45. Oh, come on, bro. I'm so sick of this shit. 50-45, that you're not watching the fight, and you should never judge again. You should never be allowed on another fight card again. 49-46 I can see because Jared won the 3rd. 4th and 5th, I told you, I'd go either way. I don't have a problem with 49-46. But anyone who scored the 3rd round for Izzy should never judge a fight again. Adesanya with another impressive, and you have to call it, dominating performance. Cannonier had his moments, but Adesanya controls the fight, wins the way he's been winning lately. That's Adesanya. You guys are going to say he's not knocking him out. You guys are going to say he's not what he was. But Israel Adesanya gets another convincing, how about that, if not dominating, victory. What Volkanovski did was dominating. What Izzy just did is convincing. So Joe Rogan asked him if there's anything he didn't expect here. And he was looking forward to facing Jared. And he was looking forward to John Crouch versus Eugene Behrman, 2 great coaches, 2 great teams, for whoever said negative shit about the MMA lab before. So Izzy's saying they had an excellent game plan. It was hard to get up to him because they had that plan. So Jared Cannonier executed it very well. It was a great game plan. He just was unable to get the takedowns in the key moments, and that's the reason why Izzy's victorious in this fight, and he's been victorious so many times. When those opportunities arose, Cannonier had his leg up in the air 2-3 times, unable to finish the takedowns, as so many others have been unable to do before him. With Israel Adesanya, the great champion, you know, he puts you on skates, you'll get frozen, is what he said, like Elsa. I will leave it like that. He did not say anything about Alex Pereira that I could see, and I don't think Joe asked him. It's kind of nice. I mean, why would you acknowledge him? The guy's below you. In the UFC, anyway. He's beaten you twice in kickboxing. He's got a bunch of his peeps in the octagon. No champ like Anderson, man. Edwin Santiago. The days gone by. Talking to Chuck Liddell this week, man. That interview's coming up on MMA Weekly. That was a treat and a lot of fun. Always love the Iceman. Drake just won $1 million. I was waiting for that, SJ21. Drake just won $1 million, and the Drizzy curse is drifting away. The Drizzy curse. And the Raptors did win it, too. Don't forget that. I mean, everyone on the Warriors got hurt. He reverse cursed the Warriors, if anything, Drizzy. But the Drake curse is gone. He wins $1 million on Izzy. So Drake's got a few more stacks of paper to throw around, a few more bags rolling around the house. Press conference coming up next here on MMA Weekly. I think we're going to keep it here live. I think we did enough.
Yes,
man.
We will
stay
here live.
Scott Peterson at T-Mobile Arena. Ortega and Rodriguez coming up in New York. I'll be there in Elmont. Michelle Waterson's on the card. I'm going to meet up with her and her husband Josh, good friends of mine. And Ortega and Tracy will be out there, I'm sure. So Blades and Aspinall in London after that. And then Moreno, Cara France 2, and Peña Nunez 2 at UFC 277. Man, that Vegas skyline is pulling me in right now. I'm a few miles off the strip in studio here. And every time I get out, it pulls me back in. And I will be back out there tonight. But this is, of course, due to someone special. She might not be special, but she's special looking coming in town. And she's nice. So we'll see. See what happens tonight. But, man, Izzy sure didn't impress. The Brazilian either. I'm just hot. Jared choked. That's an interesting take, 611 chopping. Man, like glass half full is one thing, but that's like shattered glass with nothing in it. Jax Ryder says, if you are the champ and you don't get finished, you will retain the quote to the belt. UFC judges. Adesanya, 9 out of 13 fights by decision unofficially. That's from FC Porto. I mean, they're the best guys in the world. I mean, Yoel Romero, you going to finish him when you're Izzy? I mean, Cannonier, Whitaker that last time. You know, these are tough guys to finish, man. These are tough guys to finish. Whole card was disappointing. Chill the boss. What was disappointing about it? Please enlighten me. Adesanya fire, Cameron Brown. No finishes, just like GSP. Press conference coming up next on MMA Weekly. MMABetClub.com. Sponsoring our live coverage. The MMA and UFC prediction site that simulates actual gambling outcomes without placing and taking actual bets. They will do giveaways. They just gave away $1,000 first prize. Second and third got cash prizes too for UFC 276. MMABetClub.com. Think you're the biggest expert? Prove it. Find out who the real expert is at MMABetClub.com on MMA Weekly. So Volkanovski dominates Holloway. A convincing win for Adesanya over Cannonier. Pereira knocks out Strickland. And then you have no chalk, or all chalk tonight. No upsets, no big upsets. Barberena TKOs Lawler. O'Malley and Munoz ends in a no contest, which is always great for everyone who puts money on that fight. I feel for you, believe me. And the undercard was great too. Cowboy, Cerrone, and Jessica I retire. Jim Miller with another win over Cowboy. Jalen Turner, submission, guillotine choke in 45 seconds over Brad Riddell. Watch out for Jalen Turner, the 7 feet, 7 inch tall. It seems like lightweight. Unbelievable to be that tall. Ian Gary wants to be the next Conor McGregor. The Irish are coming. Macy Barber, a good win. All in all, a pretty good card. I thought Alex Pereira is the real deal. Munoz and O'Malley, we don't learn anything. Volkanovski might be the most dominating champion in the UFC. He and Kamaru and Israel Adesanya with a convincing win. So we are going to keep it here, and we're going to keep it here for the press conference. And I think for the press conference, we're going to go silent, which means I'm going to shut up and let you watch the press conference. But once it starts, there's a little bit of a lull here and there, and we may jump in, we may not. But I'll be here. I'll be in the chat. I'll be hanging out with you. So I don't know when we're going to cut the feed and cut my mic, but we got a couple minutes anyway before the press conference, and I don't know who's coming in first, whether it be Dana or who it would be. But the boss man has to be happy tonight. I'm sure they did great numbers, an awesome International Fight Week, a terrific Hall of Fame ceremony. The Fan Expo was as good as it's been in the modern era. It's never going to be as good as it was when they had all those vendors back in the day and all the fighters that you could just sit and hang out and talk to. It's a different sport now. It really is. And that's nobody's fault. It's just growing. It's evolved. It happens, right? You do things when you have to do them, and then as you get bigger, you can't do it. There's too many media outlets. I said it at the Hall of Fame red carpet the other night. We didn't end up getting Khabib in D.C. brought down to the end where we were. It's just there's so many more media outlets now. And we made the most of it, and we've had a great time. You have to check out all our content on MMA Weekly. Like, subscribe, hit that bell. Guys, we're coming strong. We're starting a new podcast. We're starting audio podcasts on a channel. It'll be in the RSS feed on the site. We're going to have all kinds of new content for you. Not going to just rely on YouTube, because YouTube is starting to become the crazy girl. You didn't know she was crazy until you married her, right? Anybody ever lived through that? You have this crazy girl. All of a sudden you marry this girl. She's unbelievable. She's sweet. She's kind. She's nice. She's giving you everything you want out of life and out of a partner. And all of a sudden she wakes up one day and takes it all away. That's YouTube right now. It's the crazy woman you didn't know was crazy, or a crazy man you didn't know was crazy until you married them. How about that in 2022 terms? It could be non-binary, whoever. I don't even know what they mean, but I'm trying to be funny, and I'm not. I'm just saying, whether it's male or female, someone you marry is crazy. You don't know it till after, and that's YouTube right now. So I think it was a great night of fights. I don't know what people are disappointed about. You had so much great jiu-jitsu. You had Miller and Turner with guillotine submissions. You had a lot of decisions on this card, which means you get more rounds of fighting. I understand you guys want knockouts. You want chokes. You want legs snapped in half. You want limbs broken off. I understand that. You're fight fans. You have every right to be that way. Just like Eagle fans had every right to cheer when they thought Michael Irvin was paralyzed. They didn't realize that he could have been paralyzed at the time, but they're cheering because he got hit hard and he got left down on the turf, and that's a football play, right? Same thing with you guys in the octagon. I get that. I understand it. But to expect a guy like Izzy to win by knockout every time out, it'd be funny if Izzy and Pereira went the distance with no knockout, but I doubt that would happen. From what I saw from Pereira tonight, though, against Strickland, good Lord, man. But I think we're going to cut the commentary right now. Someone might be coming into the press tent at T-Mobile Arena. I want to thank MMABetClub.com for giving away $1,000 this week through MMA Weekly and our content. I really want to thank Scott Peterson making it all possible. I want to thank the UFC media relations staff, all the fighters we interviewed, Joe and Chuck from MMA Bet Club. You picked a good week to get on board with MMA Weekly. They gave away the $1,000. There's John Morgan making his way. It's not an eclipse. It's John Morgan's head. And I have a big head too, Cabeza Grande, so I'm not just going to say that blindly and not put myself in there. Me, him, and DC could block the entire sun, all right? But I want to thank MMA Bet Club. Go to MMABetClub.com, the MMA and UFC prediction site that simulates gambling outcomes without placing or taking bets. They give away real cash, though. Prove you're the smartest fan in the room with MMA Bet Club. The press conference is going to continue on this stream next here on MMA Weekly. I'm going to shut the F up. Really want to thank all of you in the chat tonight, bringing it strong. Remember, every pay-per-view we're here. We got the podcast coming up on MMA Weekly, powered by MMABetClub.com. It's Grease from Vegas telling you to keep your game tight and your mind right, fight fans. What a week it was. I am out and headed for the Vegas Strip. Have a great night.
You want to guess fight of the night? How are you?
Hot mic? You live?
I think he's jumping.
Oh, wait till the end. I was trying to steal their line, dude.
I think that's fight of the night. Casey, I think you'll be happy to know who the other first fight of the night. You got it. I mean, listen, when you break bones, you know, it's pretty much when you see body parts dislocate. Jim Miller probably should have got fucked, but the UFC's finally get all the records, all the numbers. What else can we get? Great performance from Jim Miller. The Lawler Barbarita fight was absolutely insane. That was just an absolutely insane fight. But of course, we hear this. We heard from Sean O'Malley earlier. What an unfortunate ending to that fight. Sean O'Malley versus Pedro Munoz. Got the eye poke. No decision. Here's the call. Sean O'Malley feels like he won, and Sean O'Malley also believes that Pedro's looking for a way out. And a lot of people seem to agree with him on this. So your thoughts on the controversial ending?
We made it back.
Although it's not really all that controversial because, by the way,
Little sub action.
two of the judges get Pedro Munoz. You're not here for the Pedro back here. That was an unfortunate ending. What do you think? Do you think we should run this one back, go right back to it, or listen, Henry Cejudo? Maybe we'll do O'Malley Cejudo. I don't know.
That's pretty funny.
We had not one case, but two retirements. First Jessica I, Mason Barber. It seems like The Undertaker was like a common theme tonight. Jessica said she's done with MMA, but she wants to be the female version of The Undertaker.
I appreciate that.
Donald Cerrone retires after 4 weeks, submitted by Jim Miller, which is on Jim Miller, now the all-time wins leader in UFC history with a bunch of score victory. Three-way tie. Three-way tie. Cerrone, Miller, on Pereira lost, and then Cerrone announced his retirement. So now I'll be saying more. I'm done.
No, you got to keep them guessing.
Your thoughts on retirement and the legacy these two fighters. Well, this is MMA. It's more often than not. I feel like these two guys.
Thanks for the super chat, Felix the Drip Lord. If you want me to ask Dana White about the toes, we'll keep that for one of the questions.
I'm bussing. I got it all. I humiliate my kids when I talk like that, and it's my favorite thing to do. You're watching MMA Weekly's live coverage of the soon-to-be post-fight press conference at UFC 276. The fighter's going to be coming in. Dana White going to be coming in. The performance bonuses going to be handed out. Who do you think's going to win them? Put it up in the chat. We want to keep this going strong here on MMA Weekly, powered by MMA Bet Club. I think you're the best expert when it comes to mixed martial arts. Prove it at MMABetClub.com. This gave away $1,000 this week at UFC 276. MMA Bet Club is the UFC prediction site that simulates real gambling outcomes without placing bets. Adesanya's got a super long win streak. Maru does. Alexander Volkanovski does. What a good night of fights. Volkanovski's night, though. I'm just going to say it. It's Volkanovski's night. Thanks again to MMA Bet Club. Go to MMABetClub.com. We're going to go back to the press tent at T-Mobile Arena. It gets windy back there this time of year at night. Late at night, Scott Peterson's probably grabbing the nearest shelter he can back there. But it's a nice night to be in the media. We're going to get some good quotes in this press conference. It's a good night for you to wait here and sit. These guys are going to come and they'll have some fun things to say, some good things to say. I'm anxious to see who gets the bonuses, though. UFC 276 press conference on MMA Weekly. Keep it right here. Thank you to Random Eskimo for the super chat. Kamzat versus Shopcop wins. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. MMA Weekly's coverage of the UFC 276 press conference from T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, awaiting the arrival of Alex Pereira, Alexander Volkanovski, Israel Adesanya, and Dana White. Keep it here.
What a performance. I mean, this guy, there is a strong case. And I said this heading into the fight. That Volkanovski goes out there and beats Holloway, and it's not controversial anyway. You could already make a case already make the case that he's the best fighter. To go out and 50-45 on matchup, he went out and styled on Max. He pitched a perfect game against Max freaking Holloway. He busted Max up. He looked phenomenal. And there was no point he was in danger at all in this fight. This was the Alexander Volkanovski fight. Three of those big fighters, the Alexander better tonight against Max Holloway than he was back in April in Jacksonville. Is this guy the best fighter in the world right now? Is he better than Usman? Are we willing to make that jump right now?
No, that's not.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
What's up? What's up? Anik made such a great comparison for like a slight perspective. We even said this, I don't think it was even on the Volkanovski reminds me of Tom Brady. Because there was a time where Brady just saw things like 7 times a day. And that's how Volkanovski fights. And I was like, yeah, it's an interesting comparison, John. You're a boxing guy. But after watching Vol tonight, like, I mean, literally, he was miles ahead of him. He knew everything Max was going to do before he was going to do it. And when it happened, it was almost like, it was like watching Sonic the Hedgehog in slow motion. Where he did, Volkanovski doing 15 million things in 1 second. And Holloway had no answer for it. This guy was so good. Like Alexander Who's he gonna fight at 45 right now? It's interesting. If Yair goes out there and starts trying or takeout, it's fresh. Like I know Josh Emmett has a decent game as well, but I mean, come on, if you're Volkanovski right now, after doing that to Max Holloway, are you even like remotely enthused about a Josh Emmett fight? Maybe Yair gets him going, but I mean, for him at this point, after 2 of just tremendous championship wins, 2 of the best I've ever seen. TKG fight and Max Holloway tonight. I mean, if he wants to go to 55 and fight Charles Oliveira about making the title, I'm totally cool with that. I understand Islam Makhachev is in the mix. Totally understand that. But if Volkanovski got that shot, I would literally not have any problem. see old verified Volkanovski. Volkanovski goes out there and beats Max Holloway convincingly. That's the fight I want to see. And I'm down. I'm down.
It's been a nice trade-off, guys. I'd like to think I entertained you for a couple hours. Now you're entertaining me in the chat. Keeping it strong on MMA Weekly UFC 276 press conference. We're waiting for it to get underway. I know it seems like an eternity sometimes, but there's a lot of things these fighters have to do after the fights medically. They get cleaned up. They talk to the commission. You know what I mean? There's a lot of Dana's counting his money. No, I'm kidding. But maybe not, actually. But fighters are busy doing a lot of different things. A couple other interviews before they come into the press room. So we're waiting for Alex Pereira. We're waiting for Alexander Volkanovski, who stole the show in my mind tonight, and the last style bender, Israel Adesanya, who makes it look so easy. He gets hated on when he doesn't knock people out. So this is what you're doing. You're watching UFC 276 press conference on MMA Weekly, powered by MMAWeekly.com, the MMA UFC prediction site that simulates real gambling outcomes without taking actual bets. They give away $1,000 first prize, second and third place cash prizes this weekend as well. You can join their community, create your own groups. You can see what other people are betting. You can add your 2 cents to the mix. If you think you're the smartest one in the room, prove it. Go in there and show everybody. Or take their advice, follow them, beat your bookie, beat your friends, be the smartest one in the room. MMA Bet Club. Go to MMABetClub.com. Scott Peterson's on site with MMA Weekly. The UFC 276 press conference is live. Dana White will probably be the first one out, I'm guessing. I want to see who you guys think are going to get the bonuses. I want to thank all of you for being here and for the super chats tonight. So keep it here. The press conference will be underway shortly from T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, live on MMA Weekly.
What are the people saying? Obviously. I mean, who knows? Maybe he would. I don't know. But I mean, if Volk could have gone to 170 fight anyway, he's got to put on some muscle. Volk at 155. We got to take baby Alex has got to be patient to how many power hitters in this country keep walking against. Alex is a patient fighter ready. You know what I mean? He's a patient guy. Didn't understand Sean's strategy. I just didn't get it. Like, I know mixing the martial arts is not something AK is. And I know Sean Strickland said some things that he was probably like, I have to back up the things that I said at the press conference, but him just moving forward and trying to strike with Alex Pereira, just getting in his face like that. Good strategy. It's not good. why I felt, even though Sean Strickland was put on the press conference, Izzy was a silver medalist. Now he's got two massive opportunities. All he's going to do is beat Jared Cannonier, and he's got a huge fight. And this Pereira fight's going to be the UFC was smart. Zap the head out, page 7, watch it all. Perfect. Strickland stock still rose overall this week. I think be interesting to see where he goes from here. I actually kind of like the Kevin Holland idea. I know Kevin's saying on some fights 185 this year. So the way Kevin laid out, he wanted Chris Curtis first, so we can lead up the shots spread. And then Sean Strickland is all mad about it. Now, right on.
Oh yeah, you did. Did you do the one?
Yeah, there's some that we're like, they're not gonna be. We're not gonna be watching all of it. It's not a bad thing. Including Adesanya. He's probably like, what is going on here? This guy's having a point kickbox. Didn't really mix the martial arts enough. They're stoked for your fight. You can tell Cannonier was getting frustrated. Once the championship rounds came along, he would try a technique, it didn't work, and you can see like visually he's like, touch this.
There we go, free Cain. That's what I'm talking about. Free Cain Velasquez. There's the. I've been waiting for that. So
still waiting to see.
Thank you. IG so flows so less. Appreciate that. We appreciate all you being in the chat tonight. All the comments. It's comedy gold in the chat tonight. It always is. Our crew comes strong, man. We really appreciate you. A lot of comedy gold in the chat tonight. So thanks for the super chats. Thanks for that. You're watching MMA Weekly's live coverage of the UFC 276 post-fight press conference. I'm Jim Grieshaber. I'm hanging out, and I'm just piping in every once in a while to let you know what you're watching, who you're waiting for. Alex Pereira, Alex Volkanovski, Izzy Adesanya, and Dana White. Expected to be coming your way here soon. Alexander Volkanovski, the showstopper tonight. 5-round domination, one of the best performances I've ever seen in a 5-round title fight to beat Max Holloway. Israel Adesanya continues to make it look easy. You're saying he's making it look boring. He's winning fights. He's keeping his belt. His star is still on the rise. Big night for Alex Pereira. Knocks out Sean Strickland in the first. Bad night for Strickland, obviously, as he was number 4 and in line for a title shot and threw it away against an unranked fighter for some reason. But I give him credit for doing it. He's a G. Ryan Barber-Arena TKO's Robbie Lawler. I hope Robbie calls it quits for the sake of not taking any more shots. He's 40 years old. That's right, free Cain. You guys get it. Sean O'Malley, the accidental eye poke on Pedro Munoz, who doesn't continue. And look out for Jalen Turner in the main event on the prelims on ABC, a 45-second chokeout of Brad Riddell. This is MMA Weekly's live coverage of UFC 276 and International Fight Week. Coming to a close after the press conference tonight. Keep it here for the winning fighters in the main event, the co-main and the co-co-main, of course, boss man Dana White. I'm Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease. I'll be here with you. Just jump in every once in a while to let you know what's going on. It's all powered by MMA Bet Club, the MMA and UFC prediction site. It stimulates real gambling outcomes without placing or taking bets. I say taking, but taking, placing, you know what I'm saying? So they'll give away some money every once in a while, though. Join the community, be the smartest MMA fan in the room, whether it's this room or the room that you go into after you go to MMA Bet Club. You get smarter with that overall level of intelligence of MMA fan in that room. Thanks to MMABetClub.com. Keep it here. The UFC 276 press conference. Well, I guess it hasn't started yet, but the build-up, the wait, rolls on.
Yeah, there's a moment that somebody caught me behind the field. There were two people at Radio Row that were like yelling to me, and I'm just looking around like, they ain't talking to me. And then I was like, they're like, yeah. I'm like, are you serious? It's just so weird. But yeah, as soon as I meet Sheila and all the people that comment on our shows all the time, it's just super cool. I think they're probably going to be on tonight. Which just kind of stinks for Pedro because I still like the they did the fight. I'd be okay with it. But I'm telling you, man, you can do O'Malley, Cejudo, it's a move with anybody. Anybody, I don't care. That's a big deal. I'm down for it. Going to O'Malley versus Cejudo. Cejudo wants to fight somebody else outside of Sterling and Volkanovski. Zero chance of getting out of this fight right now, in my opinion. O'Malley's a nice little consolation prize. No shot would take that fight. And then even if Cejudo wins, then he can fight for a title. It doesn't really matter. Cejudo actually is out here saying he wants to fight Sean. It's a big fight.
So you think once they blow the lead back to back? Can't be too careful, man. For cautionary reasons, you know. Supposed to do a lot of damage to his hands.
And that was like one of the questions we kept getting is people should Volkanovski follow and from a stylistic
Here in town, skip over the things and hit some baseline.
Yes, but if you're looking for someone who's going to sell you on buying a pay-per-view for $75, not decide, oh my God, just do this. Very good. That's why they'll say, hey, I'm going to bring something new. Hey, don't miss this card. Hey, King Kong ain't got SOB. Hey, I'm going to do it. I'm going to make it look like Anderson Silva or Strickland. It's going to be that dominant. Like, those are things you say to help sell the fight. Now, oftentimes, you say things like that, it doesn't always parlay itself into a knockout, drag out affair. But listen, the guy is so good. He's just really, really good, and he frustrates people. That's it. Like, he's just not going to fight outside of the fight. He's not going to.
Nathaniel Smith, thanks for the super chat. Alabama Hot Pocket. Not sure what that is, but sounds fun.
The winning fighters, Alex Volkanovski, Izzy Adesanya. White in Vegas. The UFC post-fight press conference coming your way momentarily, any minute now. Really, any. Really, watch. It's coming anytime. On MMA Weekly, powered by MMABetClub.com. Go to MMABetClub.com. Find out who the real expert is when it comes to the MMA and UFC fandom that we love so much. Keep it coming in the chat. Oh, they're on Deshaun Watson now, Scott. They've been on Brock Lesnar, Joe Rogan, Triple H, Vince McMahon, Cain Velasquez. They're just everywhere. So we appreciate you guys in the chat. Comedy Gold on MMA Weekly, UFC 276. Keep it
That's the most interesting thing.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah?
So, Izzy's fingernails?
Yeah.
I just learned that they're, what are they called? French tip? The French tip fingernails.
Yeah, the French tip fingernails.
Seems like a little much thought into how...
They were talking about that in the chat.
into how you look.
Yeah.
I thought that was a great thing about being a guy, is that we didn't have to worry about how we looked.
Uh-oh, that's going to get the chat going. Great Scott, Rooster95. Perfect. Oh, boy. Free Brittany Griner. There you go. Free Brittany Griner. How about that? Free Brittany Griner. I like that one. What do you think, Scott?
I missed that. What does that mean?
She's the WNBA player who's in jail in Russia because she had oil in her pen getting on a plane, vape pen.
I mean, you got to figure if you're going to a communist country that you don't take those chances. I would err on the side
Yeah, she
of
plays
caution.
pro ball over there. They pay the WNBA players so much money to play basketball overseas. Are we on right now in the chat, by the way, or just us?
Yeah, we're on. Hello, everybody. Dana.
I
should
wonder
be
what people
here
think
soon.
about that.
I think they're waiting for Dana. Anyway.
Yeah, Dana. He'll get there first.
I say free the French tip. Free the French tip.
Free the French tip.
I'm out.
There you go, fight fans. Free the French tip. Here he comes, the Prez. I think Dana White, the boss man, is coming in. First up at the UFC 276 press conference on MMA Weekly, powered by MMABetClub.com. A big night in Vegas to cap off a big week. Maybe not the best card we've ever seen, but a lot of great action and some good bonuses to be handed out. And that'll be the first thing Dana gets to. Everybody watching that door in the press room. Keep it here on MMA Weekly. Dana White, Israel Adesanya, Alexander Volkanovski, and Alex Pereira coming up. All right, guys, I have one for you in the chat. Who fights Oliveira next? Who do you want to see fight Oliveira next? He already beat Poirier and Gaethje, and they're right behind him. Who would you like to see him fight? Would you like to see what's your dream matchup for him? Islam or Alexander Volkanovski? Who's your dream matchup for Charles Oliveira?
Then he's right on track.
Jeez. It's just weird.
Or he's a genius. It's just weird. That's awesome.
Because the card might be mine. Or at least like tomorrow.
You know what, dude? I miraculously found like just the right over her shoulder. And you know what, dude? I appreciate your like generosity, and I'll raise you way home to my But thank you, bud. I'll take it with the whole thing. You know what would solve this immediately? I know they won't, but if they were to build for boxing, MMA, a stadium like the Pearl, it's just any kind of dude, you wouldn't even see tripod. People would just be like, right, dude, I'll get real crazy. If they said, all right, you guys want to move to a little bleacher type of thing and measure it so that everybody, I'd be like, yep, here we go. What do you want? $50? Because it would benefit all of us. You wouldn't struggle or worry. You know? Alas. Yes, sir. Yeah. 17th or 18th sold out game. That's badass, man.
Oh, by the way, this is live mic. Just so you.
Wolf was like rapping. Alex was a 2-1 very favorite. I gave Max the first round. Other than that, Alex ran the rhythm. He had it figured out. He knew what Max was going to do before Max did it.
Alex, obviously, congratulations on a very impressive victory tonight. How happy are you with your performance this evening?
Quão feliz que você está aí dessa vitória?
Pô, muito feliz, né? Pô, eu treinei muito, igual eu venho falando. Pô, priorizo os meus treinos, tudo que eu venho fazendo, né, para chegar aqui e dar um show. E tenho certeza que todo mundo gostou.
Super happy, you just showed that our training and everything is working well, and so happy, super happy.
The big question was whether Sean was going to try to stand and trade with you or whether he was going to go immediately for takedowns. Were you surprised that he didn't really try any takedowns early on?
O legal é que a grande pergunta é, todo mundo pensou que o Sean ia tentar te botar para baixo e na verdade fez uma luta totalmente de pé com você, né? O que você tem a falar sobre essa performance?
Não, com certeza ele iria tentar as quedas ali, porque pô, a gente estava no começo da luta, né? Então eu estava confortável para ele ali ainda, estava ali estudando a luta ainda para ver o que eu ia fazer e pô, não deu tempo, né? Eu comecei a machucar ali a panturrilha dele, eu dei algum chute nele, né? Chutando os braços para começar a pegar ali na forma que eu queria, né? Mais na parte de cima ali na cabeça.
No, he absolutely started going for the takedowns, but everything happened very early in the fight. I was still feeling the fight. I was hurting his body, kicking the legs, going for the body. So it just happened. I think before he was comfortable on his feet, before he got caught.
So obviously you got your part done. Israel Adesanya got his part done tonight. Did you get a chance to watch the fight as it unfolded, and what did you think of his performance?
Bom, você fez a sua parte, o Adesanya fez a dele. Você teve a chance de sentar e assistir a luta do Adesanya, e o que você achou da performance dele?
Bom, sim, fiquei muito feliz, né, com a minha vitória. Fiquei feliz com a vitória do Adesanya também. Mas ele vai ter que vir melhor do que ele fez hoje, porque é uma luta que não me empolgou e também não empolgou muitas pessoas, que no quarto round ali eu vi a galera indo embora. Mas da próxima vez eu vou fazer ele lutar e empolgar essas pessoas.
Well, he did his part, did my part, but it was not a fight that not only did not excite me, but also did not excite the crowd. I was very sad to see that. So I hope when we fight, he do a better fight than that. But for sure, I'm going to make him fight to give it a better show to the crowd.
Last question for me. It does seem like that's going to be the next fight. So I guess ideally for you, when would it happen? Where would it take place? When would you fight it?
Bom, parece que essa é a próxima luta mesmo, né? E o ideal para você assim, onde e quando aconteceria essa luta?
Bom, quando ele estivesse pronto, eu saí dessa luta, né? Passei pelo atendimento médico, não tive nenhuma lesão, então vou estar pronto para voltar aos treinos. Eu poderia voltar amanhã, mas eu vou voltar daqui 2 semanas, né? Vou curtir meu momento, mas eu vou voltar mais focado ainda.
Well, whenever he's ready, I just finished my fight. I'm fine. So can start training tomorrow. I'm gonna take 2 weeks to enjoy my life a little bit. But whenever he thinks he's ready to go, I'm good.
Alex, just over here. Sean said before the fight that he thought he could stand with you. Do you think that he perhaps underestimated you at all?
Bom, o Sean falou antes da luta que ele achou que ele conseguia trocar com você. Você acha que o fato de ele ter subestimado a sua trocação foi o resultado da luta?
Bom, com certeza ele acreditou, né? Mas isso eu acho bom, porque ele vai ganhando confiança e é o que eu preciso. Quando ele tá ali e acha que pode me derrotar, para mim isso é muito, muito melhor. Ele ganhar essa confiança. E eu, como eu falei nas minhas entrevistas, né? Eu sabia que era um cara duro, um cara difícil. E se eu sei que é dessa forma, eu vou ficar mais atento, vou ficar mais esperto. Agora, se ele acha que é fácil, deu no que deu.
Yeah, he kept saying that, so he believed on himself like he did. So he went there, that's what I like. That's what I want. I want people that underestimate me. I want people that go and trade, because that's what happens, If the guy comes, really focused and try to do everything, makes me even better that I can get prepared for it. But, when you try to trade with me, you guys saw what happened.
And there was a lot of talk about you perhaps getting this opportunity quite quickly in your career in the UFC. You said that you earned it tonight. How important was that for you to prove to everybody that you earned this opportunity and this shot at the title next?
Bom, para muita gente veio falando que você não merecia ainda ganhar essa luta pelo cinturão, essa chance devido ao fato de você só ter 2, 3 lutas no UFC. Quão importante que foi para você hoje de mostrar que você é merecedor dessa chance de lutar pelo cinturão agora?
Eu vi muitas pessoas dando entrevista, mais pessoas do meio mesmo, né? Até outros lutadores, não sei o porquê, né? Talvez não aconteceu da mesma forma com eles. E aí as pessoas falam mesmo, mas eu acho que o público quer ver isso, né? Porque eu tenho certeza que as pessoas que pagam pelo ingresso para vir assistir um show, eles querem ver mesmo, quer ver o que eles viram hoje, né? Eu nocauteando ali meu adversário. Às vezes não importa quem que seja, né? Quem que vai estar no chão, eles querem ver o show. E eu fiz isso para eles.
Absolutely, a lot of people talk, especially fighters, they think they have a chance over me, but ahead of me. So feel good to prove that, and because by the end of the day, it's what the people want, and the people want to see knockouts. People want to see the style that I fight. People want to see whoever is in front of me getting knocked out, and that's what I bring for them.
Alex over here. John Jones had a lot of good things to say about you. He says that he's picking you over Adesanya. Should you fight him next? What do you have to say about all that?
O John Jones escolheu você para essa luta, tinha muita coisa boa para falar para você, falar sobre você, né? Falou muita coisa boa. O que você tem a falar sobre ele?
Bom, é um cara que todo mundo sabe, né? Um excelente lutador. Teve uma vez que conversei com ele, né? Pelo Instagram, a rede social que eu tenho. Me elogiou muito, fiquei muito feliz, porque é um cara, que todo mundo sabe o trabalho que ele vem fazendo. E não conheço pessoalmente, não, mas, de repente um dia eu posso conhecer ele pessoalmente.
I just had good things to say about John Jones also, We don't know each other personally, but we were talking to each other and DMing each other back in the days, always gave me good positive vibes, so maybe one day I'll meet him. Great guy.
Alex, one last one. Did you sense that Sean might have been a little nervous in the cage with you?
Você sentiu que o Sean tava meio nervoso, assim, nervoso que eu quero dizer assim, meio com medo de você na luta?
Bom, na semana da luta aqui, né, depois da entrevista, a gente participou da coletiva. Eu vi que ele se focou totalmente ali, né, falando do Adesanya, né, e sendo que ele iria lutar comigo. Eu não sei qual que era o motivo, mas isso mostrou uma certa insegurança e eu aproveitei o momento.
Well, during the week, that's what he showed to me, especially in the press conference, when he started attacking Adesanya, you know, it showed that his focus were not there, you know. So I used that on my favor, and I think, yeah, it was a little concern.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Nights, these international fight weeks, I've been in there till 1 in the morning. I remember when Conor fought Diaz and Nate was all beat up and high. I felt like we were there all night that night. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves still. The chat is gold, comedy gold. UFC 276 press conference on MMA Weekly. There's Matt Davies, favorite Australian. Still waiting on Alexander Volkanovski, who had a nice run-in backstage with Henry Cejudo. Poirier almost got into it with Michael Chandler tonight. They were almost brawling down by the cage. Henry Cejudo and Volkanovski had a nice conversation about it, and we're waiting for Israel Adesanya and Dana White to hit the media tent. The UFC 276 press conference on MMA Weekly, powered by MMA Bet Club. Artist MMA fan group, UFC fan in your group, prove it. Go to MMABetClub.com. There we go. I didn't know if we were still on. I lost the ambient noise of the press conference. What an awesome night it's been in Vegas. Fans are spoiled. I think you get spoiled by some of these great fights, and it was an excellent card. We saw so much skill, so much strategy, and I even have all my friends texting me, that one sucked. It's just one of those things, and you can't do anything. Sometimes you're going to get decisions, and you don't like decisions. You just don't like decisions. So you should never, ever, ever, ever watch boxing under that. So we've got some more Volkanovski, Izzy, Dana White coming to the press conference. I hear some more sound there in my ear. Getting older, so it's not easy to hear these low sounds these days, but I hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. MMA Weekly, UFC 276, MMA Bet Club. See who the real expert is at MMA Bet Club, the MMA and UFC prediction site that simulates real gambling outcomes without taking bets, but they do give away money. Look at that gold on the table. That only means one thing. Alexander Volkanovski, the star of the show at UFC 276, hitting the podium right now.
Alex, obviously, congratulations on an incredible victory tonight. I mean, I got to imagine you're pretty thrilled with what you did in there, but just how satisfied are you as you sit there right now?
Very satisfied. You know, obviously, it's a bit of a journey, this rivalry, yeah? Like taking the belt and having the rematch, and then, you know, all that talk and all that, you know, is a big part of not only my career, it just adds to the story, so it's all good, but it was hard. There was a lot of ups and downs in there, you know what I mean? It was a bit that I had to get through, but it was good to finally put an end to it and silence a lot of people that needed silencing too.
You had some swagger in there tonight. You were talking a little bit, you know, maybe showboating a little bit. I mean, was that something about maybe the energy Max had, or is that just kind of the confidence that you're getting in your career at this point?
Confidence I'm getting, yeah, but I mean, it was more for myself. You know, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to him. It was more just let him know that, like, I was just telling him, I'm going, man, I'm seeing everything you're throwing. Like, you know, like I think I might have said you're too slow. I didn't, you know, wanted to be too offensive when I'm saying it, but just purely let him know and let myself know and stay on, because I knew I had to go out there. I wanted to win every exchange. I wanted to just be better and know that I'm better, and don't get bored in there. Don't get too complacent. Don't you know? Don't think you've done enough and chill. Don't start to cower. Don't do any of that. Stand your ground. Hold the line. So, you know, hold the line. You know what I mean? And just yeah, do your thing. Yeah, so it wasn't disrespect. Yeah, I got nothing but respect for Max. I wouldn't be the fighter I am today without him. He's made me raise the bar. I don't need anyone to help me raise the bar. I could do it myself, but he makes it easy. You know, he makes it easy to make me be disciplined.
I know you'd already gone 5 rounds with him twice before, but you had him hurt early on, cut up. Were you surprised that this thing went all 5 rounds tonight, or did you expect that from him?
How can you be surprised with Max? You know what I mean? Obviously, a finish is always good, but I mean, for people to expect a finish with a fight like this. We're both durable, both tough, we're both smart. You know what I mean? It's, again, a legendary chin that I wanted to crack, and it stays legendary again. So credit to him.
We see the wrap on the hand there, I guess. Can you tell us what happened and what the initial diagnosis is?
It's not good. I'm pretty sure it's broken. I know when I break stuff, and it's broken round. I broke it in round 2.
Last thing for me, I mean, I know you're saying, hey, I want this champ opportunity. I guess the hand will kind of factor into that.
Slows down.
But
gives me time to see what's going on. You know what I mean?
I was going to ask if there was any scenario where you thought, because obviously that's a vacant belt right now, where you should be in the first title fight, or do you think that hands? I mean, do you see a scenario where you should be competing for the title first, or do you think you're going to have to go against somebody?
Yeah, of course I do. No, I don't need to fight anyone. Come on, man. I'm a dominant champ. I'm taking out guys like Max Holloway 3 times. Who's really looked like that against someone like Max Holloway? People are he's on the pound for pound list. You know what I mean? You don't get to see this very often. You don't get to see someone dominate someone who's so high on the pound for pound list. Considered one of the greatest featherweights of all time. To think that I don't deserve to just move straight up, I think would be pretty silly.
Well, and to be clear, I just mean a lot of people think
I'm offended. No, I'm joking.
No, you definitely deserve it. What I mean was a lot of people say, look, it looks like Charles Oliveira and Islam Makhachev are lined up for that title first. Do you think that should happen first, or do you think, no, man, I should be the first?
Maybe we don't even have to ask the question. You know what I mean? So, again, I wanted to be active, but my division wasn't going to keep me active enough. I would have had to wait. So this may be coming at a good time. But luckily, we're getting paid good. We signed a new deal. And I'm very happy with it. To be highest paid featherweight outside Conor, is pretty impressive. So I'm proud of that, and it's only up from me.
Alex, to your left. In your Max's last 16 fights against featherweights not named Volkanovski, he's 16-0 with 10 finishes. I mean, he has absolutely run roughshod over the featherweight division. Does that make it more impressive for you to have beaten him 3 times like you have, given what he's done to the rest of the division?
Oh, man, to have 3 title fights, a 3 title fight wins over someone like Max rather than just other guys, of course. He was the #1 contender the whole time. Considered the greatest featherweight of all time as well. People would have his name there, you know what I mean? So, yeah, man, it's incredible, of course. To sit there and take out someone like Max 3 times. That's really, really, really saying something. So they are a lot bigger wins than your average defense.
And when you look at, for years people have said the greatest fighters of all time have been Anderson Silva, John Jones, Khabib. But when you win 21 in a row and 12 in a row in the UFC and dominate guys of the caliber that you're dominating, do you think not only the greatest featherweight of all time, but you deserve to be in discussion of the greatest fighter of all time?
Look, man, it's not up to me, but I think you'd be a bit of a fool to not have me in them conversations. You know what I mean? Look what I'm doing. Look at the resume. But again, that's not up to me. You know what I mean? But we're doing good. We're pretty impressive, and I don't know. What do you guys think? You know what I mean? I know people have been pretty biased and being, again, I've talked about being hard dubbed by a lot of my speech was to stand up. Maybe some of yous as well. Stand up, some of yous, some of the haters. A lot of people needed to see me go out there and do that. I wanted to silence people. I don't hold it. I don't hold any animosity. I'm not angry at yous, but some of yous needed to know. I'm not pointing at you. I'm just saying some people needed to know. So again, you can be biased as you want, but I mean, what I'm doing is pretty incredible. And for everyone watching, still, again, that's what I mean by stand your ground. People are going to try and bring you down whatever way they can. I was getting people trying to bring me down from all angles. I stood up and said, hey, cop that. And now look at me.
Alex. I wanted to ask you 1 or 2 other questions. And so one of them is you didn't come into the sport as a blue chip, you weren't this guy that people were talking about the day you turned pro. There's a kid named Bo Nickel that was a great wrestler that's, starting in MMA now, and he has an all-American wrestling background. When did you finally start to believe that you could be at that level? At what point in your career did you start to say, hey, you know what, I'm good at this, and I could, reach these great, extraordinary heights?
Back in the streets of the Gong, pretty early, you know what I mean? I went in the gym, and even Joe Lopez, my head coach, he doesn't let anyone just fight and go and fight. Didn't take him long. He knew that I had the ticker. I had a lot of go in me, and not only I had that belief, he had that belief in me as well. Pretty early.
Alex, right over here. Did you see the cut on Max, and were you surprised that it didn't get stopped?
I did. Hey, like I said, there's been some people that have said some things, and there's been. I'm not going to hate on anyone. We've had our chats. I'm okay. I'm over it. But some people needed to see that, and I hope you respect me now, and have me as a real champ now, because I know you've been sort of maybe not too disrespectful, but disrespectful enough. So hopefully I've changed your tone, and I'm happy to answer your question now.
Yeah, well, that was never my intention. I tweeted out tonight that I think you're neck and neck with Kamaru Usman for number one pound for pound.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Want to know about your interaction with Henry Cejudo backstage? We saw him come up to you, and you guys had some words. What happened there?
Oh man, he just said like he wants to challenge me. He thinks he's got what it takes. Man, I need challenges, right? But I mean, they need to be big fights, and if people scream for it, we'll see. You can never say never. Like, obviously he's done some great things, whether he's got work to do, and I think it could make a big fight, but I don't even know what's going on. But look, I respect the guy. He can fight. Olympic wrestler. Two-time, two-division champion. It's impressive. So we'll see what happens. But I mean, obviously, right now, yeah, we've got to wait and see.
And the talk is about moving up. Aljamain Sterling, the champion in the division below, tweeted out that he feels he could take you down and submit you pretty easily.
Who said that, sorry?
Aljamain Sterling.
Oh, Aljamain said that?
Yeah.
That's all right. That's okay. Let him talk. It's all right. He's got a division, his own division to hold on. You know what I mean? Credit to him to fight someone like Peter Yan and get the win, but settle down.
And as you said, last thing for me, you seem to know your body pretty well. Have you had that type of injury with your hand before, and how long do you think?
Well, my first fight with Max, I broke pretty much the exact same one on the right hand. I broke that twice, the same spot, and I'll be very surprised if it's not the same injury.
Alex, just to the back here.
Yeah.
You spoke about obviously moving up to 155. Charles Oliveira today sent out a message to Conor McGregor trying to get that fight done. If that does happen, where does that leave you and your hopes for capturing the title at lightweight? Can
Conor even fight yet? Like, I just, you know what I mean? Like, everyone's calling Conor's name, and they will always call Conor, but, I won't take that serious till there's pen on paper and there's some real serious talks. But, again, let me see what's happening with this. It gives me time to see what's floating about and see what's happening. Maybe see what's happening in my division. Again, I want to be active, but if it's not opponents, maybe it's injuries that might slow me down a little bit. But other than that, I need to stay active, and I want that double champ status. And like I said, I can stay active enough, and I've proved that. 3 fights in 9 months? I just fought 3 months ago. Not many champions are doing that. I don't think I can get a number one contender that quick and keep me that busy. So give me another division to do it.
Alex back here.
Yep.
You say it's not up to you to decide who the best fighter in the world is, where you rank and stuff. But let's just say it was up to you. Are you the best fighter in the world right now, pound for pound? If it was up to you, outside looking in, are you the man right now?
It's not up to me. Honestly, there's great fighters. You got Usman, you got Israel. Like, you forget about Stylebender. You know what I mean? He's a man as well. You know what I mean? Easy. So that's not up to me. I respect martial artists, and it'll be good to get that. But I mean, it's not up to me. It's up to everyone else. And again, there's fighters that I still look up to that are still fighting now. But obviously, I've got a good resume, and I can see why people might have me in them conversations. But I'll leave it at that.
Alex,
if you move up to lightweight, is there let's say Charles goes and fights Conor, right? But he's not technically the champion, so you could end up fighting Islam for the vacant belt. Do you have a preference out of those two who you'd like to fight, or do you think it needs to be Charles as to justify the challenge?
Charles is a bigger fight because let's be honest, he's really the champion. He's the uncrowned champ. You know what I mean? Like, he's a champ. Everyone looks at him as a champ. So that's the bigger fight. But if Islam was to fight him, and while I'm healing or something, they have that fight and Islam takes it, then it's Islam. Whoever's got hold of that belt, or whoever's considered the champ, that's what I want. I want a nice shiny belt on both shoulders. So I want to even it out. You know what I mean? I already got a sore back sometimes. You know what I mean? From carrying this one belt, so I need two. Level me out.
Is your intention to keep both belts and defend both titles at the same time?
Hey? Sorry?
I think your hand's hurt, I think. Do you intend on holding both belts at the same time and defending both titles, like running both divisions simultaneously?
Yeah, 100%. Do I think I can defend both belts? Yeah, 100%. That's what I mean. I want to be active. And I'm a fighter that's proved that I can do it. A lot of people are fighting, once a year or twice a year. It's hard to consider them to be able to do that. But I just fought 3 months ago, and it wasn't like I'm just fighting anybody. I just fought Max Holloway 3 months after. I had to prepare straight away for Max Holloway. You know what I mean? Like, I'm obviously serious about staying active, so, you know, there's some credibility behind it.
Would you add much weight to go up to 155, or would you have to stay the same?
I'd stay where I'm at. I'm strong. I'm a strong dude. Strong, powerful. Keep that sharpness. Keep that speed. Man, like I said, like I train with a lot of heavier guys. People, I don't know how they, think that I wouldn't be able to handle it. Like I said, a lot of my training partners are very high level lightweights, if not even heavier sometimes.
Alex,
and obviously my weights as well, but I've got a lot of big boys that I train with.
Alex over here.
Yes.
A lot was being made going into the fight about Max sort of, trash talking a bit, which is kind of out of character. Looking back on the fight now with how it played out, do you think that maybe worked against him at all? Not to take anything away from your performance, but kind of looking back at maybe his mentality going into the fight.
No, it worked against him because it gave me the fire. It gave me the fire. I needed that. I was going to go into that press conference. I thought it was going to be chill. I didn't expect much. It ended up being chaos from all angles, but which was fun. But I wanted to go there. I was going to soak up the energy, even if it was the booze, whatever. I was going to use that to get that fire in the belly. He started trash talking. I was like, thank you. I needed that. I said it to him. That's why I was chilling. I was smiling, like letting him know that it ain't affecting me. You ain't getting in my head. That's why I was like, I don't know if it was a part of his mind games to try and make me make it a brawl or something like that and fight silly or something. I don't know. But I was just like, mate, you just put fire in my belly. That's all you did. I said, thank you. And then at the weigh-in, I was like, now that I showed him that it didn't work, I wanted to add on to that. Then I sort of, before the weigh-in, I was like, just chilling again. I'm like, man, I'm about to do a face-off. I'm about to get a crowd. I've got to do a speech. I've completely forgot about it. So I needed to sort of pump myself up. So this trash talk and this intensity that he brought just put me where I needed to be. So if featherweights and lightweights want to do that whenever we fight and they want to boost me up like that, bring it on, please.
And kind of on that note as well, you talked about after the fight several times saying you got to stand up for yourself, and you really sort of pushed that message. Was it that talk? Because, you do hear it, people saying Max was the uncrowned champ after that rematch and saying that he won. Was that the main thing?
I think Mark Bourne might have said that too, eh?
I'm not calling anyone's names, I'm just saying in general, like, you did hear some of that talk. Was that like the sort of the main part of the message?
Look, I don't know what I've moved past that, so I don't hold any grudge. I'm all good. But I mean, there was a part of my time where that shit did get to me, and it hurt. Like, it was hurting. It was a hard time, but it made me now who I am. So I'm proud. Like, I'm happy that all happened. It's all a good experience for me. Now it made me unstoppable, invincible. A lot of people were bringing me down. You know what I mean? Like, and I had to stand up for myself from all angles. And I think people can understand what I'm trying to say there. All angles.
Yeah.
All angles. Even you've got no idea. People don't like. Now I can say it because I went and done that to Max. That second fight with Max, when I tell you I didn't turn up, there's a few things that happened. We obviously know about USADA coming and waking me up 4 hours before I had to get up, which is ridiculous. Don't know how that happened and how that could happen. I'm over that. But I mean, I end up doing silly things as well. I took like melatonin tablets thinking it was just silly. And then I woke up like drunk. Not drunk, but like, So it was rough. It was rough. But, I'm not the type of guy to make excuses. I'm telling you now because I got to shut everyone up. Sorry, I'm a bit worked up. I got to silence a lot of people. And now I'm telling you, I didn't turn up. Now you're going to believe that because of what I just did tonight.
Yeah.
So, again, that's why I was so confident coming into this one. I was saying I didn't turn up. He turned up, and he still couldn't beat me. Now you know why I'm so confident.
A lot of people watching at home felt like this was your best performance. Was this the most satisfying win from your perspective?
I mean, a finish would have been great, but I mean, like, I was obviously, I didn't bother saying I'm going to knock him out because how many fights has he had? Like 30 people have tried and 30 people haven't even dropped him. So, did I get a drop? I don't know if I dropped him. No, I don't think I dropped him. Fuck. That
Alex,
legendary chin holds on once again.
Alex, right back here. You've been one of those champions, through all of it. Just Alex from Australia, competitively out there with your skills. What keeps pushing you to keep getting better when you've already achieved everything you have? In terms of in the gym and just getting better as a martial artist.
Well, that's it. I want to be better. You got to be disciplined. People say they want to be better, but they don't do the work. I'm lucky enough to have a team that's going to help me be better. We're going to study. We're going to try and improve. There's so many ways to improve. It's mixed martial arts. Look how many martial arts there are. Then you've got your brain, your mental side. Then you've got your strength and conditioning, your nutrition. You can evolve everywhere, and that's what I try to say to people fight week. People are saying how he leveled up. I go, yeah, we both leveled up skill-wise, but I leveled up here. And you've seen what I meant by that tonight.
Another question I have, when you look back on a fight like tonight, or for example, your fight with the Zombie recently, when you watch it back and we see it, it's like, man, this guy was just dialed in. When you watch it, what kind of things do you see from yourself?
Well, I got to watch it, yeah. Like, it's funny, like, because again, I'm my hardest critic, you know what I mean? So I go in there and it doesn't look as pretty to me because I'm a hardest critic. So for while it's happening, even though I was in there and I knew I was jabbing him up and things were going well, you know, sometimes you need to check yourself. You know what I mean? And that's why I was talking, and that's why you see me saying stuff. It was just purely to stay in my own head and just let me know. Because even the Zombie, I was zoned in, people you would never have known, but I wasn't getting bored in there, but I was, I almost didn't want to be in there. I was tired. I was like 1:30 in the morning. I was like, man, hurry up. I just want to get this over and done with. It was a weird feeling for me. So like, I remember that this week. I'm like, I need that fire in the belly. That's what I mean with the press conference and that trash talk that he started. Thank you. I needed that. While I was talking to him in there, I needed it. Stay sharp, stay on. And I really felt that tonight.
Thank you.
Alexander, right here. You specifically spoke out to your countrymen afterwards. You kind of addressed it a little bit about stand up for yourself. What was behind that message? Did it have anything to do with the draconian restrictions during the past 2 years, or am I reading too much into that?
You're probably reading a bit too much. It was a lot of things. Like, obviously, again, I was hard done by with criticism, bias. I can say a lot of bias sort of stuff, but I mean, again, like I don't care. Like I don't want to sit there and whinge. Like I'm not whinging about it. But I mean, I was hard done by. But I mean, it might have been hard at one point to get through it. But now, I stood up for myself, stood my ground, and now everyone's jumping on board.
Alex, one question over here. You said you wanted a beer when you got up to that.
You got one? Anyone got a beer? What? Hook a brother up. You got one for me? I'll scull it for you right now.
Is a shoey on the menu for you tonight, and how do you plan on celebrating?
Just let me. I'll just scull a beer. You know what I mean? Like, my hand, I don't know if I can do my good technique. I've got a perfect technique so I don't spill it with the shoe. My hands are too busted up to do that, so I might just need to hold it and just down it.
Back at UFC 193, you turned up to the fighter hotel every single day, just in case there was a dropout, someone could make the weight. Looking at where you are now, back then, did you think this was possible?
Yeah, man, that's the mentality I've always had. You know what I mean? Like I talk about, or even when I was looking for that title, don't let anyone take that opportunity away from you. Be there. Be the guy that, you know, all right, if they need someone, you're going to have to be the guy. That's what I was doing when I was chasing that title, you know what I mean? Like I went over to Edmonton, you know the story, you know what I mean? I'm doing these types of things, that's what I was doing. And as champion, I still got that mentality. I still got that drive, you know what I mean? And that's made me who I am, you know? Obviously I'm skilled, I'm fast. A lot of people are going to watch and be like, man, this bloke's talented as fuck, excuse my language. But I mean, so much more than that. It's that mentality that I have that's made me be who I am and what you see out there. So it's, man, that's just what I've always had. And yeah, man, that never give up attitude, man. Stand up for yourself. Volk's coming for fucking everyone, I told ya.
Just to follow up on that, if someone had pulled out during that fight week and you got in back then at 193, do you think the storyline would have been the same? Do you think you would have just blitzed the way you have through to the title?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know when I got in after that, how long after it was, but hey, I think everything happens for a reason. I really do, man. Sometimes the craziest shit happens and then you're like, what the hell? And then bang, something better comes out of it and it works in your favor anyway. Stay positive. Stand your ground and you'll be right. And that's, this is just still the beginning of a crazy story. Like I said, got a new contract that I'm very proud of. I think, you're going to be seeing something special from here on out.
Hey, Alex, just to clarify, how many hours before the fight against Max the last time did you saw to wake you up?
Before I had to get up?
Yeah, like how long was it before you had to wake up?
Didn't want to get into it, but I mean, it was 4 hours before I had to get up. So it was halfway through my sleep. I literally got there, they woke us all up and said that they were going to test him. And obviously my coaches and management were like, what do you mean? Like, what the hell? Went there and then obviously I woke up during the night to piss. I couldn't fill it up. Had to water load. Like again, the story goes on. I was sculling water so I could hurry up and piss so I can go to bed. Couldn't get to sleep, so I took melatonin tablets. Woke up, still in a sleep cycle, and then just and now that you watch that fight, it probably makes a bit of sense. So put it this way: when I say I didn't turn up, now I can say it. It's not an excuse because look what I did tonight. I waited till now to tell you the full story. But I mean, that's why I'm so confident. Look what I did. I forced everything. If you watch I had no reactions. My reaction times was way off. I had no reaction, no pace. Everything was forced. I had to force everything. I had to use my head to just force things to happen. But that's the type of guy I am. Even when things were all against me, I still stood my ground. I still forced shit and made it happen. And that's the type of champion I am. So I'm sort of glad that happened because it made me even stronger.
And what percent of your full capacity do you think you were in the cage? 50%, 60%? What do you think it was?
Oh man, anyway, I didn't want to get into this, but I mean, obviously, I didn't feel good, and that's why I wanted to rematch straight away. I was happy, obviously, I was talking about it, and then at a time I was calling for the fight almost. It was like I was calling for the fight because I wanted to show myself because I know that I didn't turn up, but then I was like, I don't need to worry about that. And I finally got over it and all that type of stuff, and never let all that stuff get to me. And then, this fight come up and it was a big fight. Everyone wanted to see it again and all that type of stuff. I was like, all right, cool, let's do it. So it was all good because I knew what was going to happen. And now you've got to see it.
Alex, just over here.
Last one, yep.
You've been on the road for 8 fights. You've been in title fights on the road for 5 fights. You've never had the chance to actually fight with your belt in your home country. Has the time come for you to take that belt home and defend it in front of your home fans?
I'm sick of getting booed, man. I'm a nice fucking guy and I'm getting booed every time I'm fighting in other people's countries, you know what I mean? So everyone's getting home crowd advantages while I'm the champ. This trilogy, I didn't get to fight on my turf at all. It was neutral ground and 2 on his turf. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Let me fucking defend my belt back home and we're going to do that. Let's do it. We'll make it happen. My belt or a lightweight belt. Let's do it. More votes coming for everyone.
I don't know about you, but I just kind of feel like sculling a beer right now with Alexander Volkanovski. I literally, and I just talked to a buddy of mine who works security with the UFC, and he says Volkanovski's one of the greatest guys you'd ever meet behind the scenes. And look at him with that belt, man. It's not going anywhere for a while. No one in that division has anything for him. I'm convinced right now. Ortega's an incredible mixed martial artist. Max is a legend, and he has destroyed them. The Zombie, Aldo, it is unbelievable to see the run that he's on, and they all come to an end. He will lose sometime. Khabib retired undefeated, but there's an asterisk there because look at who he did not fight in his career. There's Volkanovski. I'm sure Izzy's going to walk in now, and they'll hug it out. These guys are too good to miss these opportunities marketing-wise. But, it's awesome to see Volkanovski stand up for causes, and it's awesome to see what he does in the octagon. Every time he gets better, he's peaking. Jeff Kane and I said this last time he fought. He is peaking as an athlete, and he's just getting better. Meanwhile, I don't know if you guys saw the video that's going viral of Nate Diaz smacking one of the Nelk boys. I would love to smack one of the Nelk boys. I'm just jealous that Nate did it first, but one of the Nelk boys got double stocking slapped. He slapped the mic out of his hand and slapped the hat off his head. It's going crazy on social media right now. Pretty funny if you guys have checked that out. But we're in Vegas, the UFC 276 post-fight press conference. Dana White's not here. He had somewhere else to be. I have that on the highest possible authority. Dana's not there at the fight. He's not there for the press conference. So we're just waiting on the star of the show. Like him, love him, or not. He's the last style bender. And how about Izzy comes out in the Undertaker hat with the urn that the pallbearer used to carry with Triple H and Vince McMahon sitting in the front row. Vince McMahon's first UFC event. And Izzy does that with the Undertaker's music, the hat, and the urn. Iconic entrance for the Taker. It would have been great if Izzy did the Tyson Fury. That was the closest thing I've ever seen when Fury got up from the Wilder just right-hand bomb in the first fight. You hit 8 and then boom, straight up. R.I.P. Schmo. It makes me think, did you see those videos of all those guys playing hoops? I was there when they set it up. I'm too old. I told Schmo I'll give him 5 good minutes off the bench and I'll throw some people around, but I forgot I lost 60 pounds in 3 years, so I'm not throwing anybody anywhere. But this dude can still shoot. Make no mistake. And I still have a little athleticism left. But, man, DC with The Rock, travel, carry, double dribble. I mean, come on. And it's a surprise that he pulled down on the towel. I'm just saying. But anyway, so this is the live press conference, UFC 276. Still a lot of you hanging out. But Alexander Volkanovski has won me over. And if you saw the exchange between he and Henry Cejudo backstage, Henry gave him respect. He said, hey, man, it's about competition. It's about trying to build a big fight. But he goes, I respect you as a competitor, but I think I have what it takes to beat you. It was a pleasant and cool and calm conversation. Nice one to see. People don't know that side of Henry Cejudo. I do. I've known him since right before he went to the Olympics. I have pictures of him when he looks like a little kid. And he would come to some of the local MMA events, and he was an undefeated local MMA star. And then all of a sudden, he's all the way up there. Now he's working with Mighty Mouse Johnson. This dude's a winner. He's a champion. So I want to see him fight Volkanovski at one point. I think Volkanovski's too small to go up and have a run at lightweight. I just think people who want to go up, I know he was a big-time rugby player at over 200 pounds, but I'm not really sure that I want to see him go up. There's something to be said about staying in your own weight class, and there's a lot to be said for our coverage all week long being brought to you and powered by MMA Bet Club, the MMA and UFC prediction site that simulates actual gambling outcomes without taking bets. They gave away $1,000 first prize. Second and third place got big prizes this week, cash prizes as well. All kinds of other stuff they're giving away, and they're just getting started with MMA Bet Club. You think you're the smartest fan in the room, in the group, in the community, which is what MMA Bet Club is. You can go in there and prove it, or you can ride the coattails and use it to make money. It's a community forum, really is what it is, of MMA fans who think they're the smartest or want to learn from the smartest. So go and see who the true expert is at MMABetClub.com. Still continuing on from Las Vegas, the last stylebender knows how to close a show. Believe me, I've asked him about closing the show. I've asked him about his confidence, and trust me, he is dripping with both. He's got that charisma. He'll be in movies before too long, but he's got a problem coming his way soon, and that problem is Alex Pereira. I'm sure it won't make it past John Morgan's second question to ask Izzy about that. Maybe his third. What do you guys bet? Over or under on John Morgan's questions? Which question will be the one where he asks him about Pereira? So I'm putting the over-under between question 2 and question 3. You guys can respond accordingly in the chat. Meantime, before I bounce off here, I want to give you a couple numbers from UFC 276 that Scott Peterson was good enough to send me from Las Vegas. The attendance, the gate. Since Dana's not here at the press conference, all right, tonight's attendance, 19,649, sold out. 18 consecutive sellouts with full capacity at T-Mobile Arena. The gate was $10,409,553.70. I'd like to see how they counted the 70 cents. It's the 7th highest grossing event in UFC history. Yeah, they're hurting, huh? Fight of the night, Lawler versus Barberena. That was a battle. Unbelievable job by both guys. Performances of the night, not surprised that Alex Pereira, Jalen Turner, and Julija Stoliarenko win those bonuses. But what name is missing from that list? How does Alexander Volkanovski not get that bonus? I'm sure they're going to hand him another $50K, and I'm sure he just said he's real happy with his nice big fat contract that he just got. But glaring omission from the bonuses tonight, Alexander Volkanovski. UFC 276 press conference rolling on into the wee hours. We're about to strike midnight in Vegas. It's July 3rd. Happy 4th of July weekend. Everybody celebrate your independence by being independent. I want to give you that because I saw a meme that said Independence Day is canceled this year for lack of anyone being independent. Think about that for a second. Think independently for yourself. There's a lot to be said for that, and there's a lot to be said for the press conference in Vegas, continuing on with MMA Weekly right here all night long. I mean, what a night it's been. We've been here since, 7 o'clock, and we're going to keep going as we hit July 3rd on International Fight Week in Las Vegas.
Israel, congratulations on another victory, defense of the belt, but you didn't seem necessarily completely satisfied at the close of the fight. So I guess, how are you feeling right now about your performance?
A lot better, because, I've said this before in the past. On my worst day, I can kill the best man. I call that suicide. So on my worst day, on the off night, I had an off night tonight. So Eugene told me, the people who really know you, my teammates, my family, they know you had an off night. And I still fucked them up.
When did you know you were having an off night? Like, was there anything during the day that you thought it's not feeling right, or on the way to the
No. It was in the fight, maybe when I couldn't find my power, like my power shots, my kicks. The initiators, the jabs, the leg kicks were working, but I was trying to find the power shots, but he was adjusting well. It wasn't just me versus him. It was his team versus my team, which is what I was also looking forward to. So I told John Crouch, I was looking forward to that, the battle of the game plans. And it's the helicopter. And so I was just looking forward to John Crouch versus Eugene Behrman, and they were adjusting well each round. I could hear them even talking what they were saying. I was like, okay. But he's a formidable fighter. I've called this ages ago, and he showed it tonight.
Like you said, you were looking forward to this fight for a long time. So I guess what did surprise you in there tonight? You praised his game plan. What played out differently than you thought it would?
What played out differently? His adjustments to what I was doing. Because I'd go ahead, I'd go to his body, I'd go to his legs. I'm just gonna keep going. I'd go to his legs, and he'd adjust and get away from my power, but I was able to get away from his as well.
It's still a win, still a title defense, but there were some,
6 title defense on my worst night, and still.
There were boos at the end. I'm just curious, does that affect you at all?
They've been here since 3 p.m. They're all drunk. They don't know what real fighting is or real finesse. And I've said this, look, the greats, they all get to this point. I've seen it when I was just a fan, still a fan. Anderson Silva, GSP, I remember fights where I'd be like, that was a fucking fantastic fight. And the same thing, people would just boo them. GSP, one of the fucking GOATs, and people would just boo him. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys watching? You dumb fucks. Ali, Floyd Mayweather, same thing. You get to this point where it's like, you're so great, people just want to see you fall, They just want to see you fall, no matter what. And if it's not like a show-out spectacular performance, then it's like, he's not even that good. But trust, Jared knows I'm a good fighter. He knows I'm a great fighter, and I gave him the same credit as well.
Last thing for me, you've been saying Alex Bejeda, that's the next fight. I guess, did you see his performance tonight? What'd you think about it? And I guess, how soon do you think you'd like to line up that fight if that is indeed the next one?
That's the next fight. I saw his fight. It was a good fight, but Sean Strickland should have focused on his job like I told him to. Soon, how soon? We'll find out.
Is he? People are saying, criticizing you for your fighting style, but at the end of the day, it seems like your opponents get in there and kind of freeze up in front of you. I'm curious, what do you think makes them do that? Is it the sense of scale of the fight itself? Is it your movement? What exactly makes these guys sort of slow down in front of you?
A mixture of all. I felt like the moment got to him, but he picked himself back up. I'll give it to him. He adjusted and picked his energy back up, and I feel like the moment and the skills, I feel that's what gets to them. And I said, this is an acquired taste to be under the spotlight. I can thrive under this bitch. I don't melt under the spotlight. I shine. So I feel like it's a combination of everything.
You said that you described this as an off night, though, and you've already said how you think Jared's a good challenger for you. So when you can beat him, even though you're having an off night, does that give you confidence going forward, thinking even if I have an off night, I can still win? It's emotional, I know.
Yeah. You're good, Oscar. That's why I like you. Well, thanks, Dad. Let me see. Gives me confidence going forward. I like the story. Like I've said, this is my life is a movie. My life is an anime. Whatever. I'm facing a guy who's beat me in kickboxing, and now he's still chasing me because he knows I'm the king, and he wants to try and get that away from me. You guys see what happens when my back's against the wall, when I really have that pressure. I put pressure on myself, but when I have pressure put on me as well. So, I look forward to fighting him in that next fight. How soon, we'll find out. I need a bourbon and maybe a couple of shots, and I'll see how I'm feeling first.
Israel
in the front
just
right.
going off of
Sorry. Yeah, you go. Oh,
Sorry,
you go. Leah.
just going
You're
off
next.
of just going off of that, you said that gives you pressure, knowing that you're going to be going up against Alex next and given your history. But does that give you that kind of fire? Being a champion, defending your belt for so many times, do you need that kind of extra fire to kind of keep you hungry as a champion?
No, really. I was very hungry for this fight. I felt like this camp, you can ask Eugene, this camp was great. Even better than the last camp, because he asked me at the beginning of this camp, how are you going to make it better than the last one? But I don't feel like I need it. I'm just taking, tick, 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 6 title defenses, and still on my worst night. So the next one, it's something interesting for me. Someone I fought before in a different code, and I get to show him what MMA is about, what mixed martial arts is about.
And of course, you had a lot of respect for Jared going into this one.
Yeah.
What was the conversation like between you two? After the fight, we saw you both kind of.
What did I said? Like, we're just showing respect. Like, we're 2 fighters and showing respect because we're both on here trying to put food on the table, set our families up. And I just said, I didn't like the speech of him saying, I was broke, after one of his fights, his recent fights. And I was like, I hope your management got you sorted for this fight. I hope they pushed for more money for him for this fight. Like I said, you guys are asking me, what am I doing for these fighters, for fighter pay, whatnot? I'm giving people opportunities. I'm giving people opportunities to raise their pay, raise the bar. And also, so it was just me and him showing appreciation, and that was it.
And then just final one from me. John Jones came out on Twitter.
Fuck John Jones. Fuck John. I don't want to hear about that bitch. What are you going to talk about my nails for? He's just jealous and insecure. He's a fuckboy. He could never rock shit like this. He's a bitch.
And also he said that he was backing.
Fuck him. I don't really give a fuck what he thinks. Yeah, next.
Okay, thank you.
I have to ask you about your entrance. It was obviously with the Undertaker urn, the hat, the music. How did you get all that approved? And I know you said you were feeling dark all week, so was that just the theme?
It just works. I don't know. Like the theme for me, I'm an artist. It just works. I didn't plan on Vince and the Triple H and them being here. On Tuesday, I was chilling. So Wednesday nights when we wrestle, towards the end of the rounds, 12 rounds, towards the end, the last 3 or 4 rounds, I'll chalk on my playlist from YouTube, WWE Attitude, from the Attitude Era. I have like 20 different tracks from superstars I admire, and that will get me in that zone, and the Undertaker's theme was one of them. So as I was sitting down feeling it on Tuesday, it just made sense. And also big shout out to the big shout out to the UFC production team, because they were really accommodating and just helpful to make it a show. This is the UFC. You want to give them a show, you know what I mean? So, and I said all week, this feels like WrestleMania. Who's undefeated at WrestleMania? The Undertaker. And I've been feeling dark all week. So you saw hints of the Death Note, the speech from Madara in the beginning, and then you saw the scream at the end and the split face with me and Madara, the purple. Fuck, it just makes sense. Susano, all that.
How hands-on were you in that creation?
Very hands-on. I'm very hands-on with my freestyle bender team. Shout out to Luca, Stay Hydrated, Jeff St. Lair, and David Blackamoto, the greatest reporter in the history of the MMA. And I was very hands-on. I felt like a producer today when I was at the arena. So I was speaking. Who's that? Jimmy? Fuck. Excuse me if I forgot his name. I think it was Jimmy. I was talking to him and just walked through, and then having a look on the screen, seeing what it looked like from TV, seeing what it looked like in the arena, and they were so accommodating, which was really cool. And I appreciate that, because again, I like to put on the show. I like to entertain, and I did just that.
What's your favorite Undertaker match?
Fuck. Him and Mick Foley is the first one that comes to mind, and I think Mick Foley might have broken his neck.
Hell in the Cell?
Oh, Hell in the Cell, off the top rope. That's the first one that came to mind.
He jumped off the stretcher to run back?
Yeah, fucking crazy, man. Good times.
You had talked about giving paydays for other fighters and helping them improve their situation. But what about for yourself? Because, now you set yourself up to fight Alex, and the drama that's going to come, hey,
I'm telling you, I said, Sean or Alex is big money fights.
Yeah.
They're either big money fights. And I look forward to this one. And my boy Timbo, he knows what's going on, so we're gonna work. And me and the UFC, we have a good relationship. I like working with them. And I've said this already. Rising tides lifts all the ships, but Rome wasn't built in a day. So it's a step-by-step process. And I even asked Jared after the fight. I told him, I was like, and he's like, yeah, I got looked after. I was like, good. And he's gonna keep that going. His management company, if they're smart, they'll keep pushing because he's a great fighter. I'm saying he's a good fighter, but he's a great fighter and a cool dude as well.
Is there pressure on you in a night like this because you're a 5-1 favorite or better than 5-1 favorite to win, and you've got this Pereira fight coming up that will be your big performance, your big night? Does that put a little more pressure on you when everybody's expecting you to blow him out?
No, not really. I wasn't focused on the odds. I didn't even know what the odds say. Oh, shout out to Drizzy. I don't know what he won, but yeah, what fucking curse. You guys are, not you guys, but anyone who's so stupid. I don't post shit, but like, was it the Vittori fight? Me and Drizzy was going back and forth fight week talking, and after the fight was going back and forth in the DMs talking as well. So I don't know, people walk curse, and also the green shorts, another curse. I've broken all the curses. I've broken, the Drake curse now. So stupid. I've broken the shorts curse, because apparently I changed my shorts from black and gold. EA cover curse, I've broken that. Embedded haircut curse, whatever fucking more curse. You're so stupid, you fucking cunts. Sometimes, all of you online, as soon as that video came out, all the comments were just curse. And I feel like they don't even believe it. They just say let's try and get likes, to try and get like the thumbs ups, because they're doing it for likes. But yeah, I just remember. So shout out to Drake for betting $1 million on me, and yeah, I'll see you on OVO weekend.
Hi, Izzy over here to your right. Duke Rockhold told MMA Junkie that I'm the only one that could beat Israel Adesanya. What's your response to that?
Everyone thinks that.
Follow-up question: are you gonna be celebrating with Volkanovski tonight?
Fuck yeah! Oh, shout out to my guy Alexander Volkanovski. Just inspiring, fucking inspiring. Like I had a 5-0 shutout, but his was way cooler and more impressive. Like I said, I had an off night, but he was fucking on. Ooh, and when he's on from the first round. He started talking to Max. Also, I've said, shout out to Max Holloway. I'm a big fan. The guy's a cool dude, man. I've seen him around all week. He and his team are always really respectful, But this is what we do. We go to war, and afterwards we show respect. So it's my team against his team. But when it was in there and it was going down, even yesterday at the weigh-ins when they were like barking, I am the heat. I was just like, yeah. I held the line with Alex back there. I was holding the line. But again, we're different, and Alex is fucking different, bro. You guys don't understand. He inspires me the way he fucking works. When he came over to CKB this camp, I knew the bar was gonna get raised, and he fucking raised the bar, man. Fucking beautiful. Ugh, beautiful.
Izzy, when you say you had an off night, like when do you know that that's happening? Is it something that you knew before you even got in the cage? Is it unfolding?
No, not before the cage. I mean, it was probably 4th round, but it wasn't something I dwelled on I'm having an off night. Afterwards, I look at the performance from my first person perspective, and I'm like, yeah, I have an off night. And Eugene was the first one to tell me, because they know. When you know your people, excuse me, hiccups. Water, please. Sorry. Throw it up there. Still got it. Off night. Yeah. So my people who actually know me and love me, train with me, they know what I can do when I'm on. They see it. But again, like I said, I can kill the best man on my worst day.
And I don't know if you've had your shower yet, or you kind of
Nah, I'll do that after the club. I got obligations to do. I'd rather just go to bed, but they're gonna pay me lots of money to go drink and party, so I gotta go do that. Fucking hell, it's just such a drain, Vegas. Ugh.
So what? I mean, I know you can't know what's going to happen when you get in there and start thinking. But can you think right now what maybe the biggest positive you'll take away from this fight will be?
I'm just grateful. Like I said all week, I felt so much love, so much love. There was a point this week I got a little emotional at the PI because I upstairs I looked around and there was a CKB class upstairs at the PI, and give me a second. Like my brother, we've talked about this. I don't like to harp on about it, like for you guys, because not for this, but I'm harping on about it because there's injustice. The guy who killed Falvake, he's getting 18 months, and he's going to be out earlier than that. So it's like, what the fuck? But there was a moment I had when I was looking around the class and seeing everyone just like training from my team. There was a lot of Kiwis and a bunch of Aussies as well. And I just felt emotional, and I just ran to the back of the PI, and I just kind of had a moment to myself because I wished he was here just doing this shit with us. But I know he's looking down on us, inspired, and I know he's looking down on us, protecting us along with VDK, Monu, Praveen, Pati, Wilman. And yeah, it's just one of those things that for me, just being surrounded by my team, I just felt so loved this week. I felt so much love at the house we were at. I felt so much just mana, the spirit. And then as the fight got closer, our spot became a fortress for battle. And then, I feel good. But at the same time, I just love my team, man. I love my team.
I appreciate that insight. And last thing from me, when Alex was in here earlier, he said, when you guys fight, I'm going to make him fight. The fact that he's already, thinking that he wants to, make it exciting or whatever his mindset is there, is that already kind of a win for you in a way that maybe he might try to fight outside of himself a bit?
Like I said, at the top, it's nice at the top. It's nice at the top. So whatever he feels he needs to do to make me fight, I fought tonight. I fought my ass off tonight. I didn't feel like I was chilling or I was waiting. I was pressing the action. I was going for it. I was touching him up. But like I said, I was just critical because I couldn't get my power stuff going. I couldn't get the change-ups going. But he's a formidable opponent. You can't sleep on this guy because he'll sleep you. And I'm not here to fucking, risk my health, risk my brain. And I do that, but I'm not going to do it stupidly just for the entertainment of some grongos, some drunk folks.
Izzy, earlier you talked about the moment with Jared, and I was wondering at the press conference, his answers were kind of rambling a little bit. It sounded like he was nervous, and you said, "Hey man, just keep it short and sweet."
Yeah.
Like, did you kind of sense in that moment like he was starting to get to him a little?
I could feel it from that moment, the moment after that, with the stare down when I shook his hand. And at the weigh-ins as well, I was like, he's not ready for this. But like I said, he picked himself up. He's a mature guy, I said. So I was like, he picked himself up later on in the fight. I don't know what round, but I saw him right before the round, and he picked himself up with his breath, and I was like, huh. So I'm sure he does a lot of breath work as well. And he did what he had to do.
And the last thing for me is you mentioned the nails earlier. Was there anything from the commission like?
They're just pretty. They're not sharp. They're drip tips. They call them French tips apparently, but they're not even made in France. So I call them drip tips. And my toes, they're kind of sparkly, black and sparkles. I like them. I don't know why fucking men are so insecure about what the fuck I wear.
No, sorry, I'm not.
Not you guys. Not you guys. No, my bad. I didn't mean to come to you.
I just wondered like if the commission was looking and they were like, oh, what's going on? Like there was no.
Yeah, a little bit, but they check and kind of I see the look on their face. They pause and I'm just like, it's not that long. It's an illusion. It's just pretty. That's what I tell them. It's not that long. It's just pretty.
Is you in the middle here?
Israel down here. It's your left. When you made your walk with the Undertaker's theme, did you know that Vince and all them were actually?
I found out this morning, but it wasn't a thing I planned. Like I said, the universe just provides, and it's a weird synergy, weird crossover. But I like it because I grew up on that shit.
Did you get a chance to talk to them or see them backstage?
No, I haven't talked to them. It'd be cool. I mean, I'm a big fan of Triple H. He just retired or became a Hall of Famer, which is cool. He's a superstar as well, a legend in the game. So it's just cool to see guys like that. But I hope they enjoy the show. I had an off night, but still 5-0. It's crazy, isn't it?
Alex won tonight. You won tonight. Kai is fighting in a few weeks. Could be 3 champions from City Kickboxing.
Crazy.
And
with no government funding as well, no government backing like the national rugby or netball team or cricket team or national football team, and yet here we are, this little old island in the little spot in the world, 3 champions in the biggest combat sports league on the fucking planet right now. How amazing is that? You know who we have? The people of New Zealand. They're the ones that back us, and we back ourselves.
It's been a rough few years for you guys too. I mean,
with the fucking quarantine,
pandemic,
and
your teammate,
all that stuff, and then they gaslighting us as well. Oh, we're not blocking you guys. Meanwhile, they're letting the Indian cricket team into the country and letting them quarantine, letting the All Blacks quarantine in their own little bubble. But then they come to our bubble and break us up, hunting Dan, while he's getting ready for his fight. Threatening to arrest him for what? For fucking training. And then they're gaslighting us. So yeah, I don't do this for them anyway. They're the fucking bureaucrats. Fuck them. I do this for the people of the country, the people who support us as fighters. That's who I do it for, and the people around the world who support me as well, regardless of nationality or wherever the fuck you come from. If you fuck with me, I fuck with you, and I appreciate you.
What does it say about your team that you were able to overcome all that stuff and possibly have 3 champions in the UFC in a few weeks?
The mana, the aroha in our team is just unmatched. It's unmatched. John Anna keeps saying we're his favorite team in sports, and I keep thinking he's like just G'ing me up, but I'm my favorite team in sports. So yeah, and I believe him. Don't get me wrong, I believe him, and I appreciate that. But yeah, I love my team, man. Like I said, I just love my team, and I love the support I get from my team, and just we know us. We got us. That's it.
Thanks, man.
Is he in the middle? The Drake curse was broken in 2017.
What fucking curse? I broke that shit last year.
It was broken in 2017.
Let me go. You know what? I'm gonna post it on Twitter. Let me do it right now, actually. Let me do it right now. I'm gonna do something real quick. Hold up. Actually, I'll do it after, just because I wanna get this over with. I'll do it after.
I was going to say, it was broken in 2017 with the Warriors, allegedly, but he is 0-2 in big MMA bets recently. How good does it feel to get the win for him? And to answer your question, he won approximately, depending when he made the bet, around $250K.
Nice. It feels good for me to get the win, but also myself, anyone else that bet on me, it feels good, and it feels good. First of all, even like I said, I've been talking to him for a while now, like since last year, so I already broke the curse. But to get that call from him while I was cutting weight, and then to be like, you guys, you'll have an album, I don't know what you listen to, whatever you have on repeat sometimes, or a track you have on repeat. This guy, his albums are like, there's 3 of them that are like timestamps for my life, like moments in my life where I'm like, if I hear that track or that album, I'm like, I remember where I was at in my life at that stage. And music is powerful. Music is something that brings people together, that evokes emotion out of people. So for me to get that kind of praise and recognition and love from an artist that I admire like that, one of my favorite artists of all time, it's cool. It's cool to be recognized like that by him. And it goes deeper. I can't tell you too much because the guy he's crazy, bro. He's too nice, too cool. He's too cool, and I appreciate him. So yeah, shout out to Drake. He's the sixth god.
And as a Toronto kid, do you have a top 3 favorite for Drake songs?
Man, why you gotta do this to me? Right now, why you gotta do this to me? Well, I mean, he did say it was, what did he say? He said, I've never walked anyone out. And then I was asking Tim, I was like, what would you walk out to? I'm thinking, Lord Knows, that's one of them. That's just straight bar for bar. And then Rick Ross kills it at the end. I love Yeba's Heartbreak. I had that on repeat in my studio last year. Because it was just the track that kind of like, the song, it was so soulful, so fucking soulful. And there's an unreleased one actually. I don't know if he actually got it, but my boy Frano, who's a music producer from New Zealand, he gave me a little preview, and I love hearing that track. I don't want to give it away, but that's probably my favorite track. It's cool. I never posted it. I'm not a clout trout. Trust, I don't do this shit for likes. I just do this shit because I love it. But yeah, it's cool, like I said, to be recognized by people like that because you admire them, and yeah, blah 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 blah.
Thanks, Izzy. Congrats.
No worries. Last question. Let's go. I got some bourbon to drink.
You earmarked Jared very early on as someone who was going to make it towards a title fight. Clearly, you're sort of looking many moves ahead and looking at the field and seeing who's coming up. I just wondered, who's next? Who's going to break from the pack that you've kind of earmarked as someone who's moving their way up and could potentially face you further down the line?
That's a good question, but I don't want to give away the answer. That's a good question. I appreciate that, but I don't want to give away the answer because there's a lot of killers right now coming up in middleweight as well. I see a couple of them, and I'm like, okay, all right. Let's see what you have. Let's see what you bring. But yeah, I'm watching. I'm steady watching, and yeah, my people are watching as well. So they let me know if I miss something.
So man, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, just something I want to say. You guys have a job to do, and I'm not criticizing you guys in particular. I kind of am. But just remember this. I can do your job. I can do your job. You can never do my job. Just remember that. I could do your job. Trust me. I got a freestyle bender. David runs that shit, but if I wanted to, if I had the time, I could. And I appreciate you guys for what you do, but not just for me, but for other fighters, man. Be mindful with your words. Be mindful with the way you clickbait. That shit is weak. That shit is weak, because I know how YouTube works now, and I know how these interviews work. I'm glad I have my own network, but just be mindful, because I can do your job, and you can't do mine. Just remember that. Thank you.
The last style bender, closing out the show. Israel Adesanya with another convincing win. He said he wasn't at his best tonight, but he still had a 50-45 from one of the judges in 249-46s. He defeats Jared Cannonier in the main event by unanimous decision, an easy one for him. Alexander Volkanovski dominates Max Holloway to put an end to any conversation about that quote-unquote rivalry in that division. And Alex was right in the press conference when he said, hey, when do you ever see someone get dominated like that? He's on the pound-for-pound list. And just see Izzy with his belt. He's the champ. He's got style. He's dripping in swag. He's the guy in the UFC right now. Him, Kamaru Usman, and Alexander Volkanovski, among others. But those are the three. If you're looking at three, those are the guys. Francis Ngannou, of course, but he's hurt. He's out. His contract is all over the place. Look at those guys tonight. Alexander Volkanovski, Israel Adesanya, getting it done at UFC 276. Great night for Alex Pereira, Brian Barberena. Really nothing there in the O'Malley Munoz fight. The accidental eye poke. Jalen Turner, look out for him. Donald Cowboy Cerrone and Jessica I retire. And Robbie Lawler, no word on him yet, but at 40 years old, he's been taking a lot of punishment. Nate Diaz slapped at the Nelk Boy. Poirier and Chandler got into it. Cejudo and O'Malley got into it. Cejudo and Volkanovski had a conversation. You get that many fighters in one place like that, that kind of stuff is going to go down. Jim Grieshaber, call me Grease. Thank you for watching us here tonight on MMA Weekly. Still going strong in the chat. It's powered by MMA Bet Club, the MMA and UFC prediction site that simulates actual gambling outcomes without taking bets. So proud to work with Joe and Chuck and their team there at MMA Bet Club. They've been great to work with all week long. Go to MMABetClub.com and find out who the real expert is. Are you the smartest MMA and UFC? Prove it with MMA Bet Club. So for Scott Peterson and everybody on the MMA Weekly team, Jim Grieshaber reminding you to go to the website. Keep coming back to the YouTube, Instagram, TikTok with MMA Weekly. We're going to keep throwing more content out there at you day in and day out, covering this great sport of ours in the UFC. But until next time, fight fans, we're going to get out of here. Vegas party's late. I'm happy about that. It's 12:30. I'm ready to hit the strip. I'll be there by 1. If you're out there, hit me up. I'll see you. Otherwise, keep your game tight, keep your mind right. Scott and I are out from Vegas. Happy 4th of July.
I'm just calling to say I